Hello, everyone. I think I'm live finally. I've been dealing with some technical issues in the past couple of minutes. It's been a few years since I last used this program. So, welcome to the World Chess Championship between Nepomniachtchi and Liren. Um, Hello, everyone. I think I'm live finally. Yeah, it's a good sign. I can hear myself. So, now we have a position on the board. I hope everyone can see it. We have Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces and Ding Liren from China with the black pieces. I will soon start to address the game, but first let me say that I'm here being hosted in the last Career Chess Club in Tel Aviv, which exists for almost 100 years, and very kindly agreed to host me for the purpose of doing these streams. I'll be streaming the entirety of the World Championship match, all the 14 rounds, and I already have no idea what's going on over the board. It seems like the two players have played quite uh, an unpopular sideline of the Rui Lopez. So I haven't even had a look so that I can see it for the first time with you guys. So let's go back without further ado. Let me know in the chat if there are any technical issues. I suspect there will be. So, okay. So here's my board. Normally speaking, I will not move the pieces on this board that you see in front of you. It will always show you the moves from the live position of the match. In fact, why don't I just try to use my analysis board just to see if everything works properly? And soon my friend will join me, who is a very big fan of chess and actually used to watch my YouTube channel a few years back, even before we knew each other personally. So when he arrives, he will definitely join and ask some questions as well. So let's have a look. So this is my analysis board. This is the setup I managed to create in a few minutes time. So just a quick explanation. The board on my left is the analysis board in which I'm going to make moves. For example, e4, as was played in this game. Then below me you can see the actual game in case someone makes a move and there is an update. So knight f3 was played, knight c6. This is called the Rui Lopez, or the Spanish opening after the move bishop b5. And it's already a bit of a surprise. Normally these days almost everyone who wants to play for the advantage in the top level try to aim for bishop c4. By the way, I'm making an experiment. Normally I like to not see any engine evaluations when I do these commentary things, but because each day there will be a different friend I will who will join me, and my aim is to improve them in chess. I will try to help them with different tools. So for example, when I press a piece, you can see that there are different colors for different squares, and this is based on engine evaluations, and everyone can see it. I have no idea what the evaluations are or what the colors actually mean. I have a feeling that red is bad and green is good, or blue is probably the best, but we'll see how this works out. We might cancel it later on. So, okay, bishop b5, and now in the game they played a6, and the main move by far is bishop a4 in this position, with probably tens of thousands of games by professionals. And the bishop c6 is called the exchange Rui Lopez. It's a very, let's call it, technical sideline that's played quite rarely. The last serious player that I remember having played it regularly has been with success has been Bobby Fischer, and that has been like 50 years ago or more. So yeah, so d takes c6 is the main move, and yeah, I'm making all these moves just based on my knowledge so far. So I will actually check what they played to see which line they chose within the exchange Spanish. So, oh, it's not actually what they played. They played something else. They played bishop a4, which is the main move as I mentioned. And now after knight f6, normally aiming for castle and then the main move is bishop e7. We might see it in future games. White played bishop takes e6. No, castles, bishop e7, and then bishop takes e6. As I said, I didn't watch the game. I was busy with the technical problems. And now d takes e6, rook e1, knight d7. These are all main moves. I happen to play this line with both colors, but I'm far from an expert. And I mean, with white only in blitz games, but never really actually bothered to study it. So knight d7, now d4, and d4 is already a move that's very rarely played, I think. The main move that I'm aware of and that I usually face with black is d3. More on that later when my friend arrives and potentially asks questions about this opening. So d4, e takes d4, queen takes d4. So as you can see, there is a green sign for queen takes, and yeah, there aren't any other options. So I wonder what's the difference between green and blue. Probably green is the best. Okay, queen takes d4, and then castles. White is attacking this pawn on g7. Black continues his development, and now bishop f4 seems like the best move according to our colors here. Knight c3 is the most natural move in my eyes, but it doesn't control many squares because of this pawn on c6. So white is still in his preparation, probably play this move bishop f4, knight c5, which is probably still theory. Soon we will check all the up-to-date information about the theory here and the best moves for both colors to the best of the knowledge of the database, let's say. So knight c5, and in this position white played queen e3, refusing to exchange queens. So this is the first moment where we can take some breath while black is thinking and try to evaluate the position, which obviously is equal because if both players played fast so far and white opted for a very rare sideline, it shouldn't be all that dangerous. But maybe Jan is preparing some nasty idea up his sleeve with the white pieces. So we will see. So at first glance, we can see that the two bishops are possessed by black, which is a long-term advantage. On the other hand, white has a lead in development and also a central pawn, or should I say a pawn majority, 4 versus 3. So we will address that later. I'm trying to delete, yeah, all the colors, yes. So this is nice, queen e3. Black is still thinking. So let's have a look at the chat and I'll tell you more about my layout here later on so everyone can understand how is it going to be. So we have already 2 people from the past who are happy to see me back. Oh, I don't know if the stream actually works. I think it does. So probably I have 2 screens ahead of me. So one is the one that I'm looking at in front of me and that you can see. And on this side, I have another screen just to verify that everything is right and I have no technical issues where I can use the chat. So, and also check the database and so on. So I see we have Demian Wong and Elau Chess. Thank you for the nice comments. I missed you as well. It's been a long time. So let's try to understand together what's going on and make something interesting of these highly technical games that are potentially boring if we're not careful. So let's see. It almost seems uneventful when everyone are thinking and making such small moves all the time, but I have a feeling that this position already holds a lot of secrets to it. So I promised myself that my main goal for myself in this stream will be to improve my own chess. So I'll try to ask some questions about the position and understand what's going on. So I'll flip the board, and now we can see how the position looks from the perspective of Ding Liren, which also suits me because I tend to play this position with black far more often than with white. And in tournament games, I would most likely never employ this line with white unless Jan shows something magnificent here. And I have to come up. I'm pretending that I am the one playing with black, and I have to come up with a way to equalize. So first of all, I wasn't even aware of the move knight c5 as being theoretical, but I can only assume that it's the main move since Ding played it very rapidly. I'm sure he hoped to see something like knight c3, and then he would have exchanged the queens happily and would go on to try to make a draw or even exploit his bishop pair advantage. And I will wait before I check what the main move here in the past has been. I have a feeling that queen e3 actually is one of the main moves. It seems too natural and logical to put the queen behind the bishop and to prevent the exchange of queens and also support this pawn for later on. So let's think out loud. Here black wants to finish their development with the bishop, but it doesn't seem like we have a very good square at this point. So bishop d7 seems passive. Bishop e6 seems like it's taking the square from the knight. And bishop g4 doesn't exactly threaten to capture on f3. So it's not really clear what the bishop is doing here, as it doesn't even pin the knight. So we have a move. I heard a sound. Let's see. So he did play bishop d4. So I guess that he doesn't actually threaten to take the knight. He just wants to get the bishop out of the way so he can connect the rooks and hopefully play knight e6 and maybe bishop c5 later. So for example, if white were to play a normal developing move like knight c3, a logical follow-up would be knight e6, attacking the bishop. And then after the bishop moves, just go bishop c5. So for example, bishop g3, bishop c5, and then move the queen away from the files, not to be exposed to the rook, and put both of the rooks on the open files, and then hopefully at the end create a window for the king and finish the opening with a solid and equal position. Here particularly white doesn't actually have a good square for the queen, so obviously I made some mistakes on behalf of white just to show the instructive idea for black. So that's what black wants probably, and I'm sure Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces prepared for this continuation of bishop g4, and I assume that he's intending to play something concrete, maybe knight e5 hitting on the bishop. There could also be an idea of h3, and then if bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, and as I mentioned, white has a pawn majority, and he got rid of the two bishops. So after bishop g4, h3, maybe the best move is bishop h5, and we will see what happens next. But based off of the speed in which Ding played bishop g4 here, he's still pretty confident of his position. Like if I were playing, let's start from the first assumption. If I was remotely close to Ding's level and I was playing my first game of the World Chess Championship with the black pieces, and my opponent would surprise me with queen e3, and I wasn't confident, I would have stopped and started thinking for like 15 to 20 minutes just to make sure I understand all the plans. So bishop g4 seems like Ding feels like it's fine. So we can welcome my friend. Hi. Or so here you can see with some delay on the screen how we look. If we have any problems that are technical, if we don't already have, we might hear it from the people in the chat. And we have a layout, like this is how it looks for everyone. Like this is our analysis board and the live game. So yeah. So first of all, since now White is thinking, maybe we can start by actually talking about something connected to the tournament. First of all, have you seen the first few moves? No?
No.
Okay, so let's have a look. So I already explained what the format is going to be. So the way I see it, you can just have a look at the games, like here with the arrow, and Ding is with the black pieces. And we're just going to try to understand what's going on.
When is it goes out of main theory? Like I think I saw everything.
So bishop c6 is already a big surprise, but it's not unheard of. It's a very technical move that minimizes the risk for White, traditionally speaking. Only technical players who wanted to outplay their weaker opponents have played it, as far as I've seen. So it doesn't seem threatening. And normally speaking, everyone who played it against me in the past, which must have been more than 10 games, have played d3. And as far as I can remember, the main point for black is to go f6 and then maneuver this knight from either of these square to e6. Yes. So this is like the main theory of this line. But Jan immediately played d4, which I have never seen before. But
probably goes into much sharper lines. And
yeah, he probably prepared this with a modern engine that looked at the position very deeply and maybe found some new idea. That's my guess. He wouldn't just waste his white pieces. So he takes d4, queen takes d4. Now castles is natural.
Nobody played d4 before?
I haven't checked. I wanted to be fresh when we start looking. Now bishop f4, he played really quickly. Knight c5 with black, what was played quickly by Ding. And then queen e3, and now Ding stopped to think, and he played bishop g4. And I heard that there was another move. So, yeah, maybe even 3. So knight d4 was played. No, just this move, yeah. Knight d4 by White. He doesn't want to allow the exchange.
Yeah.
I really don't understand this move, like by human standards. Like if I had a beginner student and he would play this move, I would tell him not to move the knight twice before he developed this knight and brought the rook to the game.
And the bishop is...
Yeah. Now...
It's out, maybe you can push it with the f3.
The point is probably to attack this bishop somehow, and then once the bishop moves, to land on f5. And I'm sure this is not a move that Jan just came up with and played very quickly out of sheer confidence. I think he probably prepared this move. Now we can already understand just by the fact that Ding hasn't moved yet that he's not prepared to this position. So in a sense, we have all the pieces on the board, and Ding is thinking, which is already an achievement on this level. And it seems like white has some advantage. 4 versus 3. It will work in his favor in every endgame for the creation of a passed pawn in the center. And it's also an extra central pawn. But on the other hand, black has the bishop there. A very solid position without weaknesses. Yeah. So now we just probably should come up with different moves for black. I choose to look at the black side of this position because, as I mentioned earlier, I play this variation only with black when it comes to professional chess. I employed it with white a few times just for fun, but it wasn't so fun. It was just boring, like technical and very equal because I never prepared it properly. So because I like this position,
some new things now.
yeah. But either way, this position must be equal. And since the black pieces are the ones that I relate with the most, I choose to try to think from black's perspective. So here we have to come up with a move. So obviously the main problem is to get the queen and the rooks to the game while trying to make this bishop get out of the way of black's coordination. So we have 4 pieces who want to participate in the game, but not enough room for everyone. So this bishop is here, but later on it doesn't really want to go here because of the knight jump, but if it goes back then it's also not so good. So black has what I like to refer to as a set of problems to solve, just like in any chess game in the opening when you're being surprised. And let's try to suggest some moves. I already have a move that comes up. Seems to me like the most natural. Bishop d6 makes a lot of sense. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. When I press a piece, we see different colors.
Yeah.
So this is a sort of an engine evaluation, probably a weak engine, that shows the green color is the good moves. The more green it is, the better it should be, and the red color is probably a bad move. And so if we don't like it, we can just turn it off later. So bishop d6. Now the move that makes sense the most is probably e5 to avoid the exchange of bishops and win a tempo.
Now it's weaker.
That's true. Now this pawn here is weaker and this square is controlled by black. But I might win the tempi in return. So you probably have to go back because if you go rook e8, then attack both of your pieces. Probably. Ah, no, the rook is pinned. So rook e8.
Rook e8 is the.
Yeah, makes sense. So now let's say I play queen g3 nevertheless.
Now we can move the bishop to f8.
I attack this guy and then I want to attack this guy. Yeah, so interesting. So bishop f8.
If you take the you can't take the pawn because I thought at the end you have queen.
Here I can take on c6 maybe, and then take the bishop with the pawn up. So
yeah, but about taking the pawn, but the queen also protects it.
A natural move for black here could be bishop h5. The idea of bishop d6 before anything dangerous happens. Probably white wants to play with the knight. Let's say here.
Like black doesn't have many options, and Yanis probably knows all the options really well.
Yeah, probably it's just a forcing line that he prepared that must be equal or drawish if black finds all the moves, and he just prepared it to test his opponent. And now that he knows that he went for the Spanish, he can prepare better and memorize all of his lines for the next games. It's a well-known technique in the first games. You want to turn on the lights? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I did everything last minute, so I didn't really bother checking which situation is the best with the lighting and everything. It probably looks the same. Okay, so now Queen G3 here. It's interesting. So Bishop D6 is an interesting suggestion. I wanted to say that Knight E6, it's a good move. So in this position, Knight E6, as you can see by the color, it's a little bit less green than your move.
Yeah.
But I like Knight E6 because it kind of forces white to exchange one set of pieces. And if you take, I solved my problem of the bishop. It finally has a good square and it doesn't take the knight's square. And I simplify the position and I'm closer to equality by human standards. Only problem is that, yeah, and I'm not sure where to put the queen later. The rook comes here to attack the queen, and I want to put my queen here, but I don't have a square for my bishop. Maybe bishop b4, and then queen e7. This is probably a draw if I get it here, because after I take, we have opposite colored bishops. All right, should I say very close to equality, to full equality. So 96 strikes me as the most natural move, and the one that Ding might be most attracted to, because even if this is an appealing move, by human standards, it's a very scary move to make in a world championship match when you know your opponent is prepared. Because maybe after this you already lost and you don't know. And he checked everything until the end.
That's why you're taking the time now.
I think he already played. I heard the sound, but let's check. So knight d4. The official board should be here. Yeah, he played queen d7. So queen d7 was played. For some reason it doesn't update. No, it does. Okay, queen d7. Queen d7, yeah, you see? The greenest of them all. So now, after queen d7, black probably wants to play rook a d8, and then if necessary put the queen here on c8. If so be.
Or take out another knight.
So let's say, for example, f3, bishop somewhere, I don't know. Actually, here knight e6 is interesting. But let's just say bishop h5 for the sake of simplicity. Let's say white tries to put his rook on d1. So the main point of queen d7 is that now the queen can hide here and the rooks are connected. And it seems very solid, like this bishop is safe, and in the long term, with a pair of bishops, black can also have a chance for an advantage. So Ding is playing the most flexible move. He doesn't try to offer a silent draw like I suggested, or go for complications. He just plays the most by the book move that I can think of. Like according to the principles of chess, you want to move your queen to the best square possible and connect the rook in the opening. And when I was a kid, I was taught that after that, either you find a good square for the rooks if you have open files and stuff like that, or you create a window for the king, and then you finish with your opening phase. And since white didn't create any weaknesses for black, if he allows that, he will not be happy with the outcome of the opening. So probably Jan is considering something concrete. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that queen g3 is an interesting future idea to hit on both of these pieces. Now it's not attractive because of this being hanging, but queen d7, if white gets queen g3, then this pawn is annoyed somehow. So maybe a nice plan for white would be to move this knight somewhere, to defend it. So let's think of a move for white.
It's either taking the bishop or taking the knight out.
Yes, so attacking the bishop makes more sense with the move f3 because it
Yeah, get back to
evicts the
d1.
d1 square. So for the rook for later on, um, knight e6 seems like the most natural response because I kind of gain a tempo. Bishop c5 is coming, so I'm not afraid of anything. If you play rook d1, for example, and if you take, then I simply take with the bishop and I exchange the knight and I want some time. Yeah. So this doesn't strike me as very challenging for black. And the more I look at it, the more I feel like they will have a relatively quick draw today. Doesn't seem like a very rich position. And I have a feeling this is the last time we will see this bishop takes c6 line employed in this tournament. Based off of
Now they're gonna
this
be
prediction.
both prepared for it.
And also, without preparation that's specific for that line, Ding seems to be doing quite fine. It's really hard to imagine anything problematic happening to black. I mean, Jan didn't play his move yet, and Jan is not someone who normally hides his intentions. Like, for example, he's well known for having a style of a player who plays very quickly in the opening. Even if he's not fully prepared, he sometimes does it. If he just needs to develop a piece.
Yeah.
And he really likes to exert pressure with his opening preparation. So, like, if he knew what to play here, he would have done it already. So just by deduction, we can say that somehow either bishop g4 or queen d7 surprised him, meaning indirectly that it's not the main engine recommendation.
Maybe he wants Ding to feel like he's out of his preparation, to feel more comfortable, and then
This kind of like
you don't have this kind of
from my
psychological
experience in
games
professional
chess.
chess, if you know 30 moves ahead, you want to just blitz out the moves
But
to
then
make your opponent more afraid. Because you can't win if they don't make mistakes, and it's much easier to get them to make mistakes when they think you are prepared, and then they try to find a way to play a subpar move that you didn't prepare to. You see?
okay.
When they think you are armed with a computer preparation, then they would normally try to play something along the lines of what I said earlier. So if Ding was afraid uh, to lose in complications, he would have played 96 here. You see? But he wasn't afraid of this line, so he played queen d7. So you want to provoke your opponents to play such passive moves that try to exchange the pieces using the pressure. And this kind of reverse psychology, like to hide that I'm prepared and so on, it doesn't quite work in chess because I don't care if I don't know that you're prepared. I will all if I try to play the best move, then you don't want me in this state. The only state you want your opponent in is the state that he makes mistakes in. And
Thinking you're not in your computer preparation makes you think less. Like you don't feel that afraid that he has such an edge over you.
that's true, but in these levels and these kind of importance of the event, I think they will just take every move as seriously as they can. I don't think there is anything that will prevent them from concentrating. So queen d7 and young thinking implies that it's not the optimal engine recommendation. And once again, I will state why do I think that Jan is the one prepared? Because he's the one who chose this line of bishop takes c6 here. He's the one who looked at it before the game for all year, and he's the one who chose this. Ding couldn't have guessed that this rare move will take place. So Jan must be the guy who looked at this line more from the two players, and in this position, Uh, like that's also an interesting sign actually for what you just said. When I'm facing an opponent who's normally well prepared and he starts thinking so early, it makes me feel like I made a mistake or like I may have made a move that is not the best. And
If you did the best move, it knows the computer lines and just
yes,
goes on with that.
yes. But if Jan would think for, let's say, 3 minutes and then make a move, no one would suspect that he's fully prepared. You can just blame it on his confidence or the logic behind the position. So, yeah, this is the position of the game, Queen d7. Let's have a look at it from the white's perspective. Let's see how it looks, how it feels. So now we have to come up with a move. Actually, if I was white, I don't know how I would fight for the advantage. Like, you know, the normal way to play is to just develop the knight, but that doesn't bring much. So, and as we've shown, f3 knight f6 doesn't seem very attractive either. So, what can white do to put pressure on black? I'm considering a creative move, such as queen g3, but the computer already tells us that it's not the best. My idea was that after queen takes d4, with the green, bishop e5. And then if the queen moves, then queen takes g4. But I already see a problem with my suggestion. For black? Yeah.
Where do you see the problem?
This is looking really good for black. Knight takes e4. And he's a pawn up. I mean, currently he's a piece up. But after this, like, I have to take and take. Yeah, probably black has something even better. Maybe queen b4 attacking the rook? No, it doesn't work. Maybe just bishop c3 or something like that. I don't know. Like black should probably be winning here, but I'm not sure how. Queen d7 simply, just defending the bishop. Yeah. So my idea doesn't seem very nice. Loses a piece. It was creative though.
Yeah.
Doesn't lose a piece like everyone. I miss that the queen that protects the bishop from d7 can come back to d7. So let's see. Queen g3 is an idea. So what else? What can white do? Don't have a move. Let's think about h3 instead of f3. What happens now? If I play h3, and now you try to employ this 96 move, then how about maybe here in this version I can take on c6 and then take on g4. The reason I didn't offer it with the f3 version is that here I just lose the queen. So,
Yeah, it's
but with h3, maybe this looks good. Knight takes c6. Or maybe just take and take. Yeah. So knight takes c6. It was highlighted by our lovely engine here. Bishop takes c6, and now knight c3. Rook a8 was the move I suggested earlier. Okay, d1, c8. Seems
Maybe
very...
he wants to move the bishops first. Oh.
Maybe queen g3 is the most challenging, just attacking this pawn on c7.
Now if he plays the bishop d6.
Probably e5 followed by bishop h6. Could be a problem.
f6. Let's see how it.
Would you put the bishop? c5?
Yeah. Get the bishop out and you play f6. Nice. Nice.
Probably here I go knight c3 and I come
No pressure.
with tempi to follow. So, yeah. So, the game position I wanted to see.
The same.
Yeah. Nothing changed.
Yeah, he's still thinking.
Okay. Oh, now I can see the clock also. So, an hour and 37 for Jan. I think that they started off with something like 2 hours. That would make sense. So, Jan already spent a lot of time on this move. Wow, he's already been thinking for almost 20 minutes. It's 17 minutes already. So, he must be shocked by this queen d7. It's like the guy who's surprising his opponent is thinking for 20 minutes. Yeah, is the one who got surprised. And we're also looking at the live video of the official stream, and he doesn't seem very happy. He seems like he's trying to solve a problem. I love his expressions when he plays. Like
a good Russian player.
The good thing about the chess world these days, like there are many good things, but the one thing I like is that all the top players, besides Ding, they show a lot of emotions. Yeah. So like there are a lot of chess photographers who are very thankful for that. It's very fun to photograph people who just keep expressing themselves all the time with every move.
Finding the face they make when they find the winning move. It's always makes you feel great, like knowing where you are.
Yeah. So queen d7. I mean, he thinks for 20 minutes. So who are we to even come up with the ways to
come up with mediocre ideas
to find an advantage? I imagine, like, I don't remember if I introduced you even, actually.
What?
Why did I mention it? Yeah. I
used
used to make a text box below, the screen, the video. So my name and my co-commentator's name would be shown. But this time, didn't care so much. I don't know.
Yeah.
We're just a bunch of chess amateurs trying to understand how to equal with
in his own way.
Yeah, how to equal with both colors.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, since we have a lot of free time during the stream, feel free to
go to the start of the game and look at lines. Like,
ask any questions you'd like.
That's been played tons of times. Now, what's the main move for white?
These are all main moves. Castles, bishop e7, and now rook e1 is the main move. b3 is the second main, and bishop takes e6 is not considered very. b3 is the second move. This is the first.
This is the first. This is the second.
So blue must mean a book move.
Yeah.
I see.
That's a book move.
Yeah. So let's see when does the blue color disappear. So now rook e1, knight d7, probably d4. Yeah. D4 is already not a book move.
One is,
According to this program.
yeah.
Like I'm sure it was played before, but it's a relatively fresh idea. And I promised I would check the database, so let me see what the online database has to say.
Can we show the live stream of the World Championship? As part of the stream?
I wouldn't risk it.
Okay.
Like there was a legal thing happening a few years ago. It was a huge scandal where like the company, which I think is the same company that now streams the World Championship, like in terms of the rights and everything.
Yeah.
They tried to make chess a little bit more, what do you call it, profitable. It's hard, like more business-like,
yeah,
more attractive to the viewers, and they charged money from everyone who wanted to watch the stream, and they threatened to sue every single person who will stream the World Championship.
Okay.
And for that reason, everyone, all the big streamers or the big channels did not show the clocks and did not show the video of the players. They were afraid of a lawsuit, except one website, Chess24, which did it anyway, got sued and like spent a lot of money on lawyers and won the lawsuit. But probably everyone lost from that fight.
Yeah. They wanted to show them they're not. So now
and,
you have a Takdim.
And yours truly was just streaming from the underground, just like we do now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I actually consulted one of the best lawyers in the topic of intellectual property, and he told me that on that tournament that if I don't show the faces of the players, they don't have anything to
faces of the
to do against me. And yeah, it's like the stream, you know, with the video. It's like the moves themselves, they don't belong to anyone particular entity, like according to that person at that time. Like I think it was like 7 years ago. So yeah, that's how you look for a good move.
The computer likes this the most. What engine does it run?
I don't know. I prefer not to press these buttons.
Okay.
Yeah. We can either have it with or without the colors. We can choose whatever we prefer. But normally speaking, I like to not have the evaluations. But since it's a relatively new tool in the chess world, I want to like check it on you and other friends to see what they think, if it's helpful. Because it doesn't tell you the evaluation and it doesn't reveal the best move. So you have to think for yourself before you touch a piece.
Then after you think, you look at it
and you still don't understand what the evaluation is. So it can be useful, but it can also
makes you think.
But it can also make you like, for example, when I played Queen G3 and I immediately realized it's a blunder, it kind of makes you feel stupid and kills your curiosity.
Yeah. What's the different evaluation the colors shows, you know? Or
I think the more red it is, the worse
it is. But what's a blunder? What's inaccuracy?
Probably, as you can see, yellow is like an inaccuracy.
Maybe light green is also.
Maybe red is a blunder, yellow is a mistake. Then orange is an inaccuracy, and orange is I don't know. And then green is the best, and there are different shades of green. So
we got
we have a move. I heard a move. I'm very excited.
Knight d2.
Knight d2 was so let's see. I wanted to check the book move. So okay, so
Now the idea of knight e6 still works.
White played rook e1. So rook e1 is already a sideline. I forgot to mention that. So move.
Not knight e2.
Let's go to move 7 by white.
Knight c3, right? That's the live board.
Let's see. Our live board. This one. Yeah, knight c3 was played. So let's go to move 7.
Just jump every time. Move 7.
Move 7. Rook e1. I mentioned here instead of d4, d3 is the move, but I was wrong. d3 here is the main move to defend the pawn. It's the book move. So after d3,
Why does it jump every time I press it?
I think the mouse presses twice. Like if I just press now, then yeah. So if I press the square, it will move the piece automatically if it can capture it. So knight d7 is the main move, and this is the main line I referred to earlier when I said f6, knight c5, knight f8, and so on. And rook e1 is already a sideline. So this position, let's start by mentioning some statistics. So first of all, this position after bishop e7 has reached more than 43,000 times. So according to what I can check online, it doesn't include all the games, but it gives us an order of magnitude. So like 45,000 games in this position. The move bishop takes e6 has been played only 2,000 times. And then this position here, d3 was played like in 70% of the situations, probably even more. Then queen e1 is the next move. I think queen e1 was a move played by Alpha Zero or something, but I'm not sure if it was in this position, but that's how it got popular, queen e1. And then, so rook e1 is already 80 games only, so rook e1 must be a surprise, but Ding still blitzed out knight d7. Now, d4 is the main move, in fact, the main idea. So after takes, castles, we already have 21 games yet, and all of them played bishop f4, so this must be the main idea and the most logical follow-up. Knight c5, and again, like 80% of the games. Queen e3, we still have 6 games. And all of them played knight e6 in here. 6 out of 6 games.
What were the results of those games?
42%, which means black has 58%.
Winning?
From white's perspective, it's 42%. So knight e6 is the main move. I'm sure that Jan was prepared for it. I'm not sure if Ding knew that this was the move and that Jan is prepared for it. I mean, maybe just didn't know this position because it's quite rare. And now after bishop g4, which was played in the game, Jan played knight d4, which, like after bishop g4, we already have a fresh position. So this is called a novelty. So now all the knowledge of the previous human games is behind us. And by move 11 to reach a new territory is already an achievement these days, especially when two professionals play. So knight d4, queen d7, and then knight c3, right?
A few moves, yeah.
Knight c3 was played. Then
rook d8.
Rook a d8, and Jan immediately responded with knight f5. Knight to f5. So I flip the board again. I like to look at it from black's perspective. So first of all, there is a threat going on. White wants to take on e7 and then go either queen g3 or bishop takes c7. So there are pieces hanging. So the natural follow-up for black would be to capture the knight. He takes f5 and then move. Oh, they already played? No. My mouse just keeps double clicking. So bishop f6 is what I wanted to suggest, but it hangs the knight. So rook f8 makes sense, followed by bishop f8. Now queen takes f5 is a threat also. We can anticipate g4 maybe. This is already a very double-edged position. Bishop g5 or bishop d6. Queen moves. We have a lot of green squares because they all transpose. This looks very close to equal, to be honest. This knight is a little bit problematic. Maybe now h6, I don't know, f6. It's hard to come up with a move. This knight is in trouble. Maybe b6, a5, queen d6. Yeah, it's queen c4. Now b5, queen b4, b6. Yeah, a5 is a good move here apparently for reasons I can't really understand quite yet. So let's get back. The knight f5 is the position on the board. It's black to play. So bishop f5 is what I just checked. For some reason I deleted all of my analysis. Yeah, now it's back. Bishop takes f5. Check if anyone has anything to say. Oh, someone is saying that they think the real board isn't updated. So let's see.
Maybe they feel the delay.
This is my board here, and this is, yeah, it's maybe.
You have a bit of a delay.
Maybe,
so
no, maybe
you can look at the time.
Maybe someone is checking the game while they're checking the stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So as far as our timeline is concerned,
yeah,
it's updated.
Just stop watching the live stream and
yeah, just watch us.
Live with the 20-second delay. It's okay.
So let's see. We have knight f5. I suggested bishop f5 as the main option. Do you see any other moves for black that make sense?
Maybe just move the rook to e8. Preparing the
rook here. Yeah, if I take, you have to take with the queen because of your hanging knight. And now this pawn is very weak because the queen is overloaded.
Yeah.
So I can either take here or go queen g3.
Yeah.
So that's the problem.
Let's go back to the right position. I think taking the knight is the best option. If you take the knight, take with the pawn.
Yeah, that's what I thought, and now rook f8 makes a lot of sense because this knight is hanging. So rook f8. Now rook a d1, and now sorry, not rook a d1, because f5 is hanging. Actually, rook d1 makes a lot of sense.
Take a pawn, you take c2.
Yeah. Actually, it's very complicated. If I take f5, I lose the rook d8, so I can't do it. I have to go queen c8. Now this is a tap, so if g4 it makes sense, but maybe take first, queen takes. Now this bishop is in danger. Maybe f6 suddenly becomes good. Bishop g5, g3. Even queen e5 looks good to take on c7. Yeah, no, this is bad. So taking on f5 is very dangerous. I heard they already played a move. So 96, wow. Just getting rid of the hanging knight, turning the bishop, taking bishop c5, essentially forcing white's hand. White practically has to take on e7. Okay, because otherwise bishop c5 is just good. And also knight f4 is just very good for black. So you have to take, I take. And the black has achieved an opposite colored bishop position, which increases his chances for a draw if so he wishes. Now bishop should move probably, g3. Queen c5 hangs this pawn, so maybe rook d7 to double the rooks.
Yeah, open 5.
Yeah. And probably h3, f4, something like that. It's not that simple yet. Bishop move also. It's not an easy position to play. Knight d4 also makes a lot of sense. Queen b4? I don't know. c5? No, it allows knight d5. Okay, so bishop g3, and now black has some problems to solve, but once he does, it's fairly drawish. So let's have a look. Knight e6. We don't see any alternatives besides knight takes c7. Although, as you can see, bishop h6 is a move.
Take with the knight and come in with the queen. What's the point?
Maybe you take with the queen?
Then you have mate.
But it's protected. I don't know. Taking with the knight and taking the bishop. It's a fork.
Yeah.
So bishop f6, bishop f6. That's all. You don't see even an idea. This is really challenging for black. So bishop h6 is a very interesting move. And also bishop e5 also increases the pressure. After bishop h6, taking is not so good because you just simply take and you lose material.
On the king.
Bishop c5 also doesn't work, I think. Queen g3, black is in trouble. So bishop h6 looks like a move that Ding may have missed. I don't think he would play knight e6 so quickly if he had seen bishop h6, because we have looked at it for a while and we are still not sure what to play with black.
Yeah.
Let's see. What do you think about this position? I would love to be white here.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Well,
like it's just the one getting the punches. Maybe just rook to d1. Threatening the queen and trying.
After bishop h6, I'm not sure what to play with black. Want rook d1 instead?
No, okay, but how can you exert more pressure?
Now white is threatening queen g3. Attacking the bishop and then the g7 square.
There's no good way to defend it.
King h8 looks like the
Scary.
only move maybe. Queen g3, bishop f5, and now bishop d6. What? I don't know. Also take. Yeah, with the king on h8, it's legal, so maybe black can survive here. So I think we have a move.
Okay, started with the knight.
So we took on e7. Oh, disappointing.
What was the position?
So disappointing. I wanted to see bishop h6, but like the position in the game is knight e6, and like now the point is if bishop h6, king h8 is probably a good move. I mean, we can look, just press pieces to see if there is any alternative. Bishop d6 doesn't seem natural. It's like if Jan didn't play bishop h6, it's probably because he didn't like king h8. I don't see any other alternative. King h8, now the bishop is attacked for real. There's nothing to do. Like queen g3 makes sense, but then I just take everything.
Yeah, but the king is open up.
I take here. Now I'm winning a pawn, and then bishop comes to f6, and like you can't.
It's a fight for black now.
No, with the pawn up and the bishop coming to f6, black has no problems.
King open is not.
It's not that
it's
open.
In the diagonal, and you control the
like we're going to exchange a bunch of pieces, as far as I can see. Let's say rook a d1, bishop d6, or queen. Sorry, queen moves. Okay, h4, queen moves. f7, attacking f2. Black is okay. Despite his pawn deficit, with his pawn up, I'm not sure if white can equalize. Like, because this bishop is very strong.
You already had the move. You want to go with the right position?
Okay, so bishop h6 is a very fascinating option, and I'm really looking for the press conference if they will be asked about this move, if either of them saw it. I will be very happy if both of them missed it and we managed to analyze it a bit. And this is also interesting, but we will not look at it for now. 97 is like a silent draw offer.
Yeah.
And now it anticipated bishop d3, which was played, and black immediately replied with bishop h5. Wow. Ding doesn't care. He just doesn't care. It's like it's a little bit disrespectful. Like just bishop h5. I mean, your move. Come on, what are you doing, man? What are you trying to do? Like, okay, I understand what we are doing. You gave up. Now we're just moving the pieces around. Okay. 97 is like, this is called a silent draw offer. So bishop h5 makes sense. What next? I think that's part of the reason I don't like this format of the World Championship. And I think that one of the main reasons that Carlsen withdrew is because he himself doesn't like the format. He doesn't like to be incentivized not to fight for a win.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk on his behalf, but he expressed a lot of discomfort with. He tried to offer to change the format. Actually, he wanted a knockout system. He wanted to suggest a system that allows everyone in the world to participate to a knockout system that slowly builds up until the world champion emerges from the entire world. Like, just to have everyone involved. Just like they do in poker, when everyone can participate.
Like
you just play.
Tournament, just with the world champion inside of it.
Yes, and not 8 players, but thousands of players, potentially, like, who can sign up to the cycle. I'm not sure how many years ago he offered it. Maybe he changed his mind. But one thing is certain, he doesn't like the idea of playing a match of 14 games when you're incentivized to play moves like knight takes c7 sometimes. It's like, we, as fans, let's say, and both the players as fighters, should all opt for moves like bishop h6.
Yeah.
But like sometimes I feel like they're not even looking for it,
Yeah, because
It's like
King has so
why
much
bother?
preparation. You want to go with white pieces and win.
Yeah. I mean, Ding with white would probably consider it. I'm not sure if he would go for it because I don't understand it myself.
Yeah.
But I would much rather see a move that I don't understand than a move that I don't like to see as a viewer. So this move 97 is like, I mean,
Yeah, like the game is still
like let's
100
say
years ago they played the same kind of
if
match.
Jan with white was playing against me, we would now say as the commentators, okay, now Jan is playing for two results, and he has a good chance to win maybe if his opponent goes wrong. But because he's playing against Ding, the margin of error that he's going to face is very, very low. And the chance of a mistake from Ding in a technical position. I really don't like the style that a lot of top players have developed recently. And don't get me wrong, I would take white here any day of the year over black. And I'm sure like 99% of the strong players would. But
There's the new move.
it's just not unbalanced enough. I don't know if anyone here knows, but chess, when played perfectly, is probably a draw. Almost no matter which openings of the main lines either player is playing. Like
Yeah, everybody looked for the advantages and they
Yeah.
found out to equalize it. There's no solid thing that you can do that takes you.
see that
That's why Bobby Fischer said it became boring.
Bobby Fischer claimed that everything is prearranged. Yeah.
Maybe.
Like everyone just prepare for the game, prearrange everything. He once claimed, I didn't hear him quoting, but I heard a friend of mine quoting him when I was a child, that when Bobby Fischer analyzed the poisoned pawn with black, he said that even if he plays against God, he will draw that position. I mean, I'm almost sure that this is what I don't know if he was quoting him as white or black, but he was a fan of the poison pawn with black.
What's the poison pawn?
The poison pawn is
I
one
know
of.
what the poison pawn, but specifically I was talking about the
So it's a name of a line in the Najdorf.
Okay.
So Najdorf Sicilian is the most popular opening of all time. So it's like if you go by statistics, you play the most popular moves on every move, you get to this position. And in the times when Fischer was active, Bishop G5 was the main move here. And then E6, F4, and now Queen B6 is the move that was discovered back in the days. And then Fischer analyzed it very deeply, and he claimed that after this move, Queen D2, Queen takes B2, that I don't want to claim that Fischer said it because I didn't verify it.
Yeah.
But that's what my friend told me when I was young. Like Fischer said that he would draw against God in this position. And this pawn is not even poisoned; it's just called poison pawn. But like after Rook B1, Queen A3, there is a lot of theory, a lot of moves both sides, mainly for White. And White has a vast choice of how he wants to make a draw. Like you have E5, you have F5, you have Bishop E2. Here you can play Knight B3. You can play Knight B3 here, and A3 is a move. Queen D2, as I mentioned, and yeah, that's probably all the main lines that I can think of. Well, you can add Bishop takes F6 to the mix.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the poison pawn.
Okay.
We will probably not see it in World Championship play anytime soon, as long as humans play,
Yeah.
because it's too scary to face an opponent's preparation. Bishop h5, f3, and then f6. No hesitation.
F3 and F6.
Yes. Growing up, my coach, Ilya Botvinnik, used to tell me that when a player plays slowly and gets into time pressure very often in classical games, it's a sign for bad culture or bad understanding of the game.
Yeah.
So he claimed, I'm not sure if he quoted some world champion, but he claimed that when a player is well educated and has a good understanding of the game, he will play certain technical moves extremely quickly with a lot of confidence. And we can see Ding demonstrating it. So bishop h5, f6, he played very quickly, very practical choice, without hesitation, and like I think he is almost leading by the time on the clock, which is very impressive when talking about an opening surprise.
Remind me later on the left.
Thank you. So f6. By the way, yesterday night I watched the press conference from 2 days ago, and I have to admit it's extremely boring. Like these two players have very interesting styles and personalities and things to say, I'm sure. But you know, Jan is Russian, so he would never reveal information about his preparation. I mean, no one would, but people from the Russian chess culture are even more discreet when it comes to their openings and their preparations. So there is no point asking Jan about his preparation or his team. And Ding is from China, and there's no point to ask him about political topics. In general, it's not nice to mix chess and politics. And people asked him about whether or not he met the Chinese leader, and I was so embarrassed, I was so cringed, because I also know him personally, and he's like such a good guy and such a humble person. And like to put him in this position, he was like thinking like in a chess move what to answer, you know. He wasn't sure. He said not really, and I'm not sure like
what does it mean.
Yeah.
Not really. Did you meet him? No, not really. On Skype?
No, but he tried to avoid the question.
Yeah, of course.
Like 4 times, and they kept asking it, and I was so embarrassed.
Yeah.
I mean, asking Ding if he met the Chinese leaders before the match, it's like
You might go to prison for the wrong answer. It's China. It's not.
I don't know what's going on in China,
No,
but like I'm like it doesn't even matter if it's a democracy or not. Like there is like one of the good things about chess is that there is a saying that you don't mix sports with politics in general. Yeah. And like sports bring people together and politics divide them. So it's like, and we obviously understand this coming from where we come. Yeah.
You met Bibi before? Yeah.
You know, one time I was posted in the chess stream, and someone asked me about the Israeli army, and I responded very kindly, you know, and very like generously with details. And then after the stream, they were told by their superiors that this was a very inappropriate question, and that it was an inappropriate topic to discuss even. And to me, it wasn't so important. But like that person came to me and apologized later on. And
too sensitive.
yeah, but I mean,
engage too.
I can understand why these kind of topics can be controversial. Like especially when there's so much fake news going on all over the world.
Maybe it's a good thing to ask, because now it's not fake news, it's somebody who lives there and knows.
I agree.
Maybe you're also affected by fake news, but who knows? You're more relevant than news.
I know, like I can say what I said back then. I said that I was a chess teacher, in the education part of the Israeli army, and I went to a school and I taught chess for 3 years for special education kids, and that's far from yeah, yeah. I wanted to teach gifted kids, but they didn't care.
The best we can do is
Yeah, and then they asked me if I had what do you say, like training on using guns and stuff like this.
yeah.
And
We shot the guns 5 times.
yeah,
Just to finish
once
the
in every
basic
6
training.
months, I had to shoot a gun just to make sure that I'm liable for whatever reason, in case there's a war one day or whatever.
We have to protect the special kids.
Yeah, protect them from not special kids who want to beat them in chess.
Use the queen, no? They have guns, listen to us.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's really, really stupid. Like how all this politically correct thing is taking over the world. Like,
The way of setting people up.
yeah, yeah, but it's like I, when I was a kid, I made up a quote that probably was said by many people in different ways, shapes, and forms. It's like if you're trying too hard not to offend someone, you are being offensive.
Yeah.
So the best way to not be offensive is
Talk
to
about anything and be open.
be offensive.
It's like
And-
somebody is fat and they're like, don't tell him he's fat. Like, he
Yeah.
knows that. He's,
Yeah.
he's self-aware. Don't
And if
play
he
it.
doesn't, then he might as well be offended until
Yeah.
it doesn't hurt him anymore.
If he's a close friend, you can talk about it and open it up, and then he might find a way to change it. If it's the
Yeah.
elephant in the
Yeah.
room, no pun
Well-
intended,
One thing is sure,
closes the possibilities.
there is a massive moral topic when it comes to talking to a person in front of other people.
Yeah.
So that's something that everyone should be wary of.
Cool.
But taking a person to the side and in 4 eyes, just telling them something, or over the chat, where people are supposed to be discreet about their chats, is not such a big issue. But like
Even great for everyone.
in a stream that's recorded and maybe staying on the internet forever, I understand why you want to be somewhat sensitive. If you talk about sensitive topic, you might as well tell the truth and stand behind it for many years to come.
Yeah. And maybe you're post-traumatic or something. They ask you about the army and you've been through a lot of stuff. It might just trigger you in some ways.
Yeah, but again, it's
Maybe you need to ask before the interview if it's okay to talk about this or that, and then go.
Yeah, but I mean, people should be able to say, "I'm not comfortable talking about this.
Yeah.
We can talk about this in person or something." Like people should be able to express themselves. There's
Revealing
like personal information.
Yeah, just saying I don't want to talk about it means a lot.
Yeah,
it's saying a lot.
yeah. There's a massive.
We went all the way with this conversation
Yeah.
to the start when it might be a little bit of a
Let's continue this trend while they're having a boring position. So when we talk about this topic of being offensive and talking to people in front of others, there's also the topic of whether or not we should talk about people who are not here, like a third party behind their back. In Hebrew, they call it lashon hara, but I don't know how to refer to it as English, like the evil tongue, you know.
Yeah.
So
I and David tongue.
yes. So the point is, according to let's say certain movements of religious Judaism, they say that a person who wants to be well behaved, to not commit sins or whatever they call it in their versions, is bound to not speak about other people who are not present.
Yeah.
And behind their back, even if they want to say good things, because it provokes others to think about that person and to speak about them.
Yeah.
And that's a very deep topic. I'm not sure I'm able to actually speak about it wisely, but there is something that I wanted.
We can, because it's
But we can provoke some thinking. It's like something that I'm not sure if
like say you want to say something good about somebody, and then you're gonna say that Moshe is really generous, and I had a bad experience with him. It will provoke me to think bad things about him, and even might just say Moshe, he's not that generous. He had this time when
he's degenerate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
exactly. And people like speaking badly when provoked.
saying good things about people. And even if you say a lot of good things about somebody, somebody from the side would look and might say he's just trying to pump it up. Or
And they might just stay silent and they get jealous or something or whatever, or want the attention to themselves.
if you keep the opportunities open, like you don't speak about somebody, you give everybody an opportunity to really meet him. If you say something about somebody and somebody views him in some way, you bend reality for the other person, like the way he can understand how things happening.
So one thing that might be interesting is when speaking about someone, just like when we share stories, we don't mention the person's name. That's one thing.
Yeah.
If it's not obvious, like it's a good idea. Just like the story I said about the commentator who asked me that question. So
like internet, it's hard because somebody might go online and
yes, and now in the
but
chat,
you're not that famous for now.
And the chat, maybe all the 8 viewers will suddenly mention the name. And yeah, so I never thought about it actually when going on stream or on a public place, like a podcast or whatever. Imagine there are thousands and thousands of viewers or more, and you say something about someone. It's like it's much, much, much more heard.
Yeah.
It's like there are many more echoes to the topic. So
the game's still not moving.
But yeah. But how can we not speak about Ding and Jan, especially given the fact that I had a chance to meet them both in person and even play against them? So,
what was your results?
In both games, I was much better and lost. And both of them were very generous to go with me to the analysis room and spend more than half an hour with me.
Nice.
And it's funny, like the first encounter I had with Jan Nepomniachtchi in my life. It's hard to describe, but I'll try. Like when there is a chess tournament, for those who didn't experience it, there are like hundreds of people in the same hall, and the atmosphere is very tense. Everyone are quiet and waiting for the arbiter to tell you to start the game. So we were like approximately 1 or 2 minutes before the game. Everyone are silent, sitting in front of each other and not speaking. Like at most, people of the same team or friends or from the same country just speak, exchange a few private jokes or something very quietly and respectfully. And I meet Jan, and at that time, there were a lot of commentators who would talk about him and they would keep saying with their American accent, Ian Nepomniachtchi. And I was very annoyed by it.
Yeah.
And they probably even said it even much worse than that. And there was also someone said Fabiano Caruana, something like this, and so on and so forth. And when so for many years I thought about it, like it doesn't make sense. That can't be his name. And like when I finally met him in real life, I prepared, of course, for like 3 hours for the game. I arrived to the game, I shake his hand, I look at him, I have the ultimate question for you, and he looks at me and is like, what? With his like murderous look, intense look, and I'm like, what's your name? How do I pronounce your name? I said, I have the ultimate question for you. What? How do I pronounce your name? And he was like, Nepomniachtchi. And then I was like, thank you. And then we were like awkward silence for like a minute before the game.
And then he killed you on the boat.
Then he killed me, and then we became.
Nepomniachtchi?
No. Nepomniachtchi. That's what I remember.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Russian, it comes with an accent anyway.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi. And fortunately, with Ding, we don't have an issue. Like, although Ding, and his last name, by the way, there is a famous interview, and someone asked him, "Oh, I'm here with Ding Liren," or something like this. They were trying to pronounce it the right way, and he was embarrassed, and he's like very shy, and he started laughing and like reacting, and it was very cute, and like it became a very popular video. This like section of 30 seconds of the interview. So yeah, it's a big topic with people's real names.
Some of the chess players look like some like sweet childs that just want to play the game.
Yeah,
like Wesley So and Ding Liren, and I don't know.
I have a friend here in the chat, Sagid Ruker, who asks a question in Hebrew. I'll translate. Don't you guys think that it's no? Do you think that it's unblessed or unworthy that the winner will be the world championship, although it's obvious to everyone that the winner of this match is not the best player in the world?
Yeah, they're both like 50 Euro points less than the world champion.
More than 50, yeah. And he will probably go farther up, and they will
go further down.
like statistically speaking, because they will
You're gonna meet
participate.
them after the match, like you're the new world champion. Come on, let me show you how to play chess.
It reminds me of pretty much any anime I've ever watched. It's like, oh, you're like when
You're the king.
no, you're too boring to fight. I'm not.
Yeah.
It's not. You're not
You're
worthy
gonna
of
pay
being.
him more
You're not
change the
worthy of
format.
my kill. Like, go practice against each other.
So, which he kills his life for, and then he wins a sum of money, which he has already have tons of money. They have nothing to offer him actually.
Actually, I'm not sure that this prize fund is, in case the viewers don't know, it's 2 million euros. It's divided 60-40 between the winner and the loser, and in case of a draw, 55-45%.
Okay.
And these days,
Net worth is like 30 million, no?
I don't know, but it's in this order of magnitude, let's say, somewhere between 10 and 100. I mean, and according to estimates, of course, like I don't think anyone has access to the real information. But the brand Magnus Carlsen is one of the strongest brands in the world I've ever heard of. Like everything he does goes to headlines news all over the world. And when he reached the #1 ranking in the chess rating list of the world, it was striking the headlines all over the world for like the course of a full week. I heard it. I remember being in 2 different countries in this time, and I saw it over the news. Like people spoke about Carlsen with his picture and devoted like 2 minutes to talk about him in actual primetime news.
Oh.
And it's like not the only time he was shown in the center of the world. Like he had the game with Bill Gates once in a show, and then they did a 60-minute show about him, and recently they did another documentary. So Carlsen is probably the most famous, not chess, of course, but
Chess figure?
no, person in Norway. Correct me if I'm wrong, if we ever have people from Norway who have information about it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's the most famous living Norwegian person. And Norway is the richest country in the world, basically, right? I mean, at least as far as I know, a few years ago, Norway was
person, I guess, not
like Norway is definitely
has more money than Norway, but Norway per person has more money.
Yeah, that's the point. Per capita, per
There's
person.
a lot of ways to say it.
Yeah, so Norway is if not the richest, then one of the richest countries in the world, and he's the most famous. So it must worth a lot of money, regardless to how much money he makes, and a lot of value. And he's also a very positive and meaningful person to the entire world in a way. I sometimes feel blessed that I live in the same timeline as this person, in the same generation, because it could easily be that he lived in the early 20s of the 20th century, and for 100 years nothing.
The 100th century.
Yeah, and for 100 years nothing similar to him will emerge.
Yeah.
So it's like I feel lucky to see him playing live, Magnus Carlsen, and also
to think how lucky we was.
Yeah, to have had the chance to actually meet him in real life.
To play chess before quantum computing, when chess was a solved game and
Yes,
nothing was interesting.
Exactly. This position. Let's talk about the moves since the last time.
We have another move.
We have h3, h6, king h2,
and bishop
f7.
That was the move I was thinking about.
Let's see. imagine the position is very stable.
FIDE should ban Carlsen from all future signing? No? I don't believe so.
So let's talk a little bit about the format. So the format of the World Chess Championship is a match format. There is a contender, and then there is the world champion.
Yeah.
They don't really ask the world champion what are his terms. FIDE dictates everything, and then they sign him a contract. What, like traditionally speaking, from what I've heard, and the world championship can obviously negotiate some aspects of the contract. Fischer was very famous for doing so, but in the end, he can either sign it or not sign it. And like, if he had very severe penalties for not signing the contract, then this system would be very unfair. You could just tell him you play for free and you are a servant. And like, so
Now it's bigger than FIDE.
yeah, so that's what I was trying to say earlier. Carlsen is a bigger entity than, in my opinion, than chess.com, Nakamura, and FIDE combined, and you can add any other name you want to the mix.
How does the streaming? Maybe you will show up in one of the games as a commentator.
Yeah, maybe.
It's gonna be fun seeing him like.
Yeah. So the thing about Magnus is that at this point he can do whatever he wants. He can play chess in whichever format he wants with whomever he wants, and he can dictate all the rules online. And the chess world has to follow through if they want to see him play. So even though traditionally speaking, Carlsen is considered to be a bad boy,
Yeah.
he probably did the right thing for himself individually. Yes.
Crazy if they could like if you go with an engine and like thousands of people go with the same position at the same time, they can use the entire computers like to analyze it like a mega supercomputer.
Yeah.
It's a cool feature that I don't know how complicated it is, but like if we all, I don't know. I guess it's possible, but
what I think is happening in events like this is that not that people combine their forces, is that either a server like Lichess or chess.com or FIDE, chess24 or whatever, Chessable, whatever company that uses this, that has the rights for the stream, they can have a supercomputer working through a cloud server and then share the evaluation of this one position with the entire world.
yeah, but it doesn't have the same computing powers of all the computers that are watching right now.
It's true, but how do you combine them? Like technically,
That's what I said. I don't know the answer for this one, but I guess some people know because you can just divide the lines or divide.
interesting. Maybe Lichess as an open source website can implement something like this if they didn't already have.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds interesting, but practically speaking, after a certain depth, it doesn't matter anymore. So it's like, let's say if we were to use an engine now in this position, let's try to demonstrate it actually.
Alpha 0 or something like that?
No. So I have Stockfish 14 here. Let me show you how it looks. So if I put Stockfish 14 here, you see? Let's put it below the board so everyone will be able to see. We'll fix it later. Okay. Yeah, it's not looking very good. So how about this? Can everyone see it? Yeah. So Stockfish can show you the moves. Okay. And the evaluation. And it says depth. Now it says this depth 30, for example. Okay. 30
Move
means
down the
30 moves, but white and black,
So it's 15 moves.
yeah, so it's 15 notation moves,
Okay.
white and black combined. It's like 30 movements of pieces. It sees all the options. So now it says this evaluation of plus 0.66, which means 0.60 pawn edge for white.
Okay.
If it's a negative number, it's for black. And you see the evaluation, the depth goes up and up as we wait.
Now if
But it's exponentially harder to calculate as you go farther up. So from 37 to 38, it will probably take, you see, like a few seconds. But from 61 to 62,
as much time as it took from 0 to 60 because he has to calculate all the lines.
exactly,
until there.
exactly. So the point is that no matter how many computers, like you have 2,000 viewers, for example, or 10,000 viewers, you can use it as powers of 2, basically. It's like, so it will not change by much. Maybe even if you use your theory, instead of depth 50, it will reach depth 52, and the evaluation will be fluctuate from 0.69 to 0.67 or something like that. But for us humans, it doesn't mean much.
Maybe it would find something really interesting after tons of moves.
Yeah. By the way, something I wanted to mention. You can see my evaluation here. So this is the product of my computer thinking here. But here, on the bottom, you can see the evaluation of someone else with the stronger computer that was saved on the cloud. You see, they have depth 52, so they use a much stronger computer than mine with a much more updated version of Stockfish. Like it says, what's the date? 7th of April 2023. You see, it's very updated, very high depth. And no, it's
7th of April 2023.
really? Ah, it's the version of the engine. I thought it was the analysis. Who analyzed it 2 days ago? Is it God? Yeah.
Somebody is doing a
Someone has the time machine. Yes. Yeah. So 0.33 seems like a much closer to the truth.
0.6.
69. Yes. So as you can see, like the evaluation is.
The computer thinks there's an edge, but it's.
Yeah, it reduces the more deeper you check.
And
the what?
I wanted to look at the end position that he found, like the best. If you go with the best line, where is it?
Okay, so here, the line that it suggested, you want me to put it
Just go to like 15 moves ahead and see where does the game go. Yeah.
It doesn't do 50 moves. It yields like
15.
until move 34. You see 33. But I can just press right click and copy to notation. And then you will see that here A3, A5, this is the computer line. B5, 92, Rook D1, Rook D1, SC5, Bishop F2, blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
And then opposite colored endgame, pawn up, and we can agree for a draw. Probably H takes B5 is more
With
precise.
the 2 pawns.
The rule of thumb in opposite colored bishop endgames is that, let's just create something like this just to explain. You need 2 passed pawns in order to win. So 1 passed pawn can easily be blocked by either the bishop or the king. So for example, let's just put my king here. So you will never ever manage to move my king from its square, and the bishop can protect this pawn forever. So your bishop cannot attack anything. So
the bishop just moves on the same diagonal and nothing can happen.
Yes. So for example, let's say something like this.
Just turns around.
Yeah. So black just moves back and forth wherever he can, and even if white played 10 moves in a row, provided he's not capturing anything, he can't make any progress. So, yeah, that's a fortress. So let's get back to the game. We have bishop f7. And,
we have another move. Move
A1. So I don't think FIDE should ban Carlsen from future tournaments. And I think Carlsen already banned himself. Like he said, he will not play physical chess events for at least a year. And when I read his arguments, I laughed out loud. He said that he hates airports. He doesn't like Kazakh food or something like that because he was playing a tournament in Kazakhstan. Like he doesn't like the idea of bringing his chef everywhere. He also has a specific diet. So
like Fischer in his glory days.
when I say Kazakh, I might be confusing myself with Uzbek. Yeah. So it was the tournament I think that I'm referring to was in Uzbekistan. So he said this tournament is in Kazakhstan, but the one Carlsen played, the last one he played before he retired, I think it was the World Blitz or something, and he said something like about
championship.
Which he won.
I won the Rapid Blitz and is the world champion, and then he said like,
fuck
you guys, I'm going home.
Yeah, he was pulling a card man.
Yeah,
screw you guys, I'm going home. And then he went to say he claimed he hates airports, he hates the food, and Basic is another good move, and that he doesn't like the idea of playing over the board against weak players and so on. And like
he's like, all of you are weak players.
They all want to make a draw. So the point is that when he plays online, he can do whatever he wants. He can play in his pajamas. He can have a messy hair.
Nothing happens.
There are no consequences. He's his own boss.
Yeah.
I think he figured out that he is free when he does the streaming. And by the way, I wanted to mention something. If one of our viewers disagree with me and think he should be punished or something, from my perspective as a chess fan, I much prefer Carlsen at home, because when he streams and I can see his explanations talking while he plays. By the way, there are like streams by Carlsen. You can check on Twitch. You can check on YouTube if you write Magnus
Carlsen.
Yeah, if you write Magnus Carlsen Twitch on YouTube, you will find 3 streams of 2 hours long where he plays against grandmasters. The Title Tuesday tournaments on chess.com, and he actually commentates about his own games as he thinks. And the most important factor that hasn't been revealed before for some reason by professionals of that caliber is that you can see his mouse cursor, and this is a major fact because you can see where does his mouse going during the moves that he's thinking, and you can see which pieces he grabs, then regrets, and you can learn a lot by the psychology about how he thinks and how he behaves. I'm very fascinated by the times when he changes his mind, when he's about to make a move. What made him change his mind? Why don't I have a bird whispering to me to change my mind, like during while I'm holding a piece? And this is also kind of fun. Like when you play Blitz, you can hold a piece, leave it, and move something else. So
in real life, it's weird. Like you touch the piece, move it.
Yes.
No, let me play whatever I want.
Yes. It's very interesting. Like you have.
What does it matter? Like you touch something and then.
Yeah. It almost
you
feels.
You have to do it.
It almost feels like you're some sort of a monk. Yes. Like you're a monk and you're not allowed to enjoy touching pieces without consequences.
Four players, like somebody touched the piece and the other one called the arbiter and like, fuck you lost.
You know why it's called the bishop? Because it's like when you touch it, it's Catholic.
Yeah.
Wedding. That's it. You are stuck with it for the rest of your life. You touched it, you have to move it. Yes. I was sure I will make up a dead joke this stream. I wasn't sure when. So, B6. White is thinking. Ding is still 10 minutes behind on the clock, but he has plenty of time left, and he's probably going to play the next 3 to 4 moves relatively quickly. And
you're going to get more time and move 40, right?
Yes. Let's talk about how black should organize their pieces. Okay? That's a very big problem for beginners. Like, they think concretely but not abstractly. So an example of an abstract kind of thinking would be if I would start making arrows. Okay, so let's say I don't want to play this move because it will give away this square for the knight. So generally speaking, let's just make moves for white before I do the arrows. Exchanging one pair, exchanging a second pair of rooks, okay? Then moving the queen to the open file in a way that, let's just do it like this. Let's say something like this. Now I want to play queen d8 without losing this pawn. You see, if I play queen d8, I will lose the pawn. So instead, I go bishop e8, queen d7, take over the file, just for example. If you exchange queens, it's a draw already. So let's say you refuse, so I have control over the file. Then I'll put my bishop on f7, knight on d4, pawn on c5.
Why would you give a control over the file
if white wants to play for a win, then he doesn't want to exchange queens. And now I can just put my knight on d4, for example.
Then we can
bishop
take
on f7.
If you put a knight on d4, you can take on c2 and c7.
Yeah, but I have this also. It's interesting, you're right. Let's say I start with bishop f7. You go somewhere, I go c5, I go knight d4, next. At some point I'll go a5, h5. Like, just to explain how technical play works. d2. So this is a useful move for black to grab space. Then this is I'm just pretending white does nothing to explain. Now I want to do a4 and b5. So let's say black will go a4, white will go a4. Sorry. I will play, I don't know, like queen somewhere, or bring the king to the center. It doesn't really matter. And when we have a position like this, I gave up the queen like 10 times already, but let's pretend that white played this. Yeah, let's play this instead, okay? Yeah. So let's say this is the position, okay? Black keeps grabbing space or whatever, bishop e6. So eventually we get something like this, and both sides can't really make much progress, and they will try to change the knights or the queens somehow, and we'll get an opposite colored bishop endgame. White will have his pawn majority, and he will take it with him to the grocery store after he makes the draw. Okay, so that's pretty much what I wanted to say about the
interesting to do right
plan. Black wants to exchange the rook, then take over the open file somehow, then activate these two pieces, bring the king to the center if possible, grab space.
If you want to play for a win, you want to exchange the rook, so you want to exchange one pair or two pairs? There's something in it?
The common wisdom goes as such. When you have more space, you want to refrain from exchanging pieces.
Okay.
However, you don't want to give up the open file, so there is a contradiction between the two principles. Okay. So
you need to find more principles and find the right idea to the position.
Sometimes you give up the open file so you can use your pieces for your advantage elsewhere. Yeah. A good example of this will be the move queen e3 in the opening. So here, queen takes d8 is already a compromise. So white compromises the file and the open, like moves backwards, so it doesn't exchange queens. The opening. Okay, after b6 we had a move. a3, how exciting!
So much fun.
Yes.
Not like the last match when Jan and Magnus played. They just crushed him in the longest game ever, and then just killed him every game like it was.
How do you call it when you make sure that an animal is dead so it's not suffering? I forgot the word in English. They have a difficult word for this. Let's check. Oh, it's a complicated word. Sure, why not? Actually, we could also take a break and grab something to eat and leave the viewers with a position that I prepared in advance, which might be more interesting than this game. So,
The one we studied yesterday?
oh, just mercy killing? This is the word? No, I heard a different. This is disappointing. I don't think the term is mercy killing.
Do it like this, right? That check.
Dead checking? No, no. What? It's probably something else. There, when I don't remember the word, but I'll check it. Maybe someone in the chat will help us. When there is an injured
I
animal.
was hoping you wouldn't think of.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. She lasted 2 hours without hearing a dead joke, and she thought chess might be fun. Yeah, A3. So maybe before we take a quick break, probably for like 20, 25 minutes, I'll introduce the viewers with what we're about to put in front of you. It's a study. Study is a composition of chess pieces with a specific solution for the aim of beauty and also improvement of the person who's trying to solve that riddle. We happen to have like one of the most famous living authors in the world of composition uh, as our compatriot, who actually happened to be in the Lasker Chess Club many times in the past, like before we were even born. His name is Yohanan Afek, and he's one of the people who holds the most titles, different titles of chess. Like he's an international master, an arbiter, a grandmaster in chess composition, and an organizer or something. And I'm sure I forgot one other title. So he won a lot of awards, and I prepared for us one thing that one study of his, which won the award of Study of the Year 2012. I don't remember by whom, but probably some official tournament that took place announced him as the winner, and I prepared this study. So a big shout out to Yohanan, and I will show a different study of his in every day of the break. And at the end of the stream, if we feel like staying here for a bit longer, we can try to solve it ourselves and reveal the solution eventually. So without further ado, we will take a quick break, and I will put the position in front of you. So enjoy. And we are back. Long time.
Yeah.
Not much has changed. We have the official position here on the bottom right.
How many moves does it do?
Let's have a look.
No, you left here.
They basically copied what I said that would happen. They exchanged the rook. Oh. Yes. Thank you. From the phone. Yeah. So, let's see. This position that we have on the analysis board after a3, where we left off, black played a5, which is one of the moves I mentioned that black wants to play eventually. So Ding knows that all the regular improving moves that I mentioned earlier, it needs to be played eventually. And a5 seems like the right timing to play, just pass the move. Obviously, if white had something to do, he wouldn't have played a3, so there is no harm in playing a5. Knight e2. And as I said, takes, rook d8, kindly offering the exchange of rooks. Jan wants to avoid the exchange of rooks, so he plays rook d3, hinting that after rook takes d3, we'll take with the pawn.
Yeah. Otherwise, there's no.
So black played c5, queen d2, and now c6 because rook takes d8. Black wants to respond probably with queen takes if possible.
Yeah, if rook takes, queen takes, and then you take the pawn.
But he cannot, because now after c6 rook d8, he cannot take with the knight, with the queen because of queen takes and bishop c7. So he did took with the knight. So c6 is probably just an improving move, creating some threat. Maybe he wants to play c4 next, I don't know. Let's try to understand the depth behind c6. What does black want? Can you play c6?
C7 from being weakness.
Let's imagine c4, okay? Rook takes d8, knight takes d8. Why do you need a pawn on c6? Let's say knight
Maybe
move.
just about destroying the abilities of the bishop. Just making his
Knight
bishop
c3.
cross.
Let's say now c6. Knight a4. And maybe it's slightly inconvenient now. I think this is what we can conclude as a good justification. So here white is putting some pressure. So by playing c6 in advance, he's preparing the move c4. So that after, let's say, just white plays a random move, c4, takes. If knight c3, now I'll play b5 and I'm completely fine. That's what I think. Moving on. After c6, white took, knight takes d8. He took unprovoked. Now queen f4. So I guess he wants queen c7. Look. Soon we'll address the comments in the chat. b5. Queen b8. So b5 is aimed against queen c7, so you can take and go knight b7 and protect everything and kindly offer a draw. So after b5, queen b8 was played, king h7, and now white is thinking. But surprisingly, the position is not so, it's not so balanced as we thought it would be. And if black does end up losing, it will be one of those games where before the computer era, they would say in the comments, it's not clear where black made a mistake. Like, it was a very common thing to read in books back at the time. Like, you see Kasparov beating someone, and the other guy is a top player, and he played all the correct moves, but there is no computer to show how many blunders he made. So, and all the commentators are weaker. So when they look at the moves, they can't find a mistake. They can't find a better move. It's like, okay, Kasparov beat him because his pieces move faster, you know? It's not his fault.
That
Yeah.
before computers.
Yeah, and
It's really fun, I guess.
and every old school player, when asked, says that he would not hesitate to go back. Like he would press a button to go back, even though now they have more information, more challenge,
Yeah, but
more
the more
everything.
information became it like a memory game. You can't really.
Yeah, bishop b6. Black has real problems to solve.
Queen d7.
He's going
You
to
have
lose
to
a
protect the
pawn.
bishop. You have to protect the knight.
Queen d7 is the obvious move that we can expect. Now bishop takes c5, and probably queen d2 is the most human approach, which he played. So queen d7 was played.
How do you think white would take the pawn?
I think so taking the pawn is the obvious move. It doesn't lose.
Let's say you bring the knight.
And if you don't take it,
then.
c4 is coming. So
If you play c4.
So
if you play c4 now as white.
The only reason not to take the pawn is if for some reason you find bishop c7 a better move. But we see it's yellow here, so we don't need
the computer like c4 if you check?
For black?
For white now, right now.
But bishop takes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but it would ruin the pawn structure.
Yeah. It's a good concept, but yeah, the problem is that black controls all the other squares. But I don't see any other move. Like it's not about whether taking the pawn is the best. It's like if not winning a pawn for free, do you have an alternative? Like I don't see anything else worth mentioning. So bishop takes c5 can be expected. Let's see the clock situation. So
12 minutes versus 27.
Wow, Liren is in real time pressure. Oh, by the way, I should probably mention the time control. They have 2 hours for 40 moves, and then they get an increment. And in the tournaments all over the world for, let's say, non-super grandmasters, usually you get half an hour. But in the top level, every time it changes. Sometimes 40, sometimes 45, sometimes it's 50. Sometimes you get more, and then you don't have increment anymore, like historically speaking. So nowadays, I think that it will be something between 40 to 50 minutes. But it doesn't matter how much. What matters is that he has 12 minutes for the next 11 moves, and if he takes more than 2 minutes per move, he loses on time. He gets 30 seconds increment per each move when he presses the clock. But he has real problems to solve and real pressure to face. And even if white doesn't end up winning, the fact that he managed to put so much pressure on black so easily is a bad sign for Ding. Like, you know, when we left this position, we were sure that after e3 that the game will finish in an uneventful draw in a matter of like half an hour time. And I was sure I will just come back and try to solve the study with the viewers. And yeah, 10 moves later, we see time pressure and pawn up. And if you're thinking, why doesn't he take the pawn? I'm not sure. What does black do? Can he force the exchange of queens, maybe? Maybe that's his idea. Look, knight b7, followed by queen d6 check. Yeah, knight b7, queen d6 check, and you can't prevent the exchange of queens.
You just take the queen.
Sorry?
The bishop.
Where does the bishop move now? Be here?
F8.
This is annoying. If you put it here, I can also get to annoy your bishop. This is also a good move, just bringing the knight over. Another good option is knight e6, then you move the bishop somewhere. only d6 makes sense. Otherwise, I go queen d2 or d1, and probably c5. I do knight. I don't see this move, but I like a4. You know, I spent time in France, perhaps 17 or 18 times in tournaments, and I noticed there's this thing when French people don't know what to say. They're like, they say.
Okay.
We have to translate it to English somehow. Yeah. Yeah, il faut. I'm sure it's part of the language by now. So queen b8.
Want to show the study while they're thinking?
No, study we will look once we have figured out the outcome. I mean, if it's winning, we will look at the technique. But if it's a draw and it's boring, then we can shift to something else. But like, this is real drama going on. Like, white doesn't hurry to take the pawn. And it's also, remember what I said about the beginning where Jan didn't play fast in the opening?
Yeah.
So there's no point when you have limited time to pretend that you're thinking.
Yeah.
So he's actually genuinely considering not to take the pawn. Otherwise he would, like, even if it's a forced draw, but there's nothing else to do because c4 is coming, you have to take it anyway.
Because he has the time advantage, you want to find the most complicating move just to fuck with thing and try
Yeah,
to
but like, what other move? Like,
maybe we'll talk about it in a press conference. But
okay, let's see. Bishop c7 is what I would suggest. I wanted to suggest it at the beginning, but I saw the yellow sign here, so I decided not to make fun of myself. It looks nice because I'm threatening these two. No, I think I just go knight e6 and queen d1. That's the problem. But after this, maybe there is a move. Maybe queen d1 or d2. Maybe that's just the issue. And now next move knight e6 and there's nothing you can do. Maybe he's afraid to even allow counterplay. Counterplay can also mean potential trouble. Because taking is probably a draw, and not taking is surely a draw. Like by practical terms.
move the knight. Knight g3.
Knight g3.
Yeah.
Oh, he played it?
Yeah.
Ah, so he followed your advice. So it's not surely a draw. That's what you're implying. Okay, so knight f5 is the plan. Now black has an interesting choice of moves, but either he prevents knight f5 or he protects this pawn somehow. Knight e6 also makes sense. Like now knight f5 probably. Knight d4 and a draw first. c7?
No, after the knight goes in, f5, set. Then what white do?
Black does this.
Yeah, now queen g7, f8. Ah,
f8? Ah, I wanted to exchange the knights. That's my plan.
Okay.
Yeah. So after knight e6, I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe your c4 idea. At last, it's green. I can green a4. You see, even greener. You have the right mind for chess structures. I like it. Every time you have something to do with pawns, it's like one of the most difficult arts to master, like those pawn pushes and when not to do it.
I like that game because sometimes it's more obvious than.
Yeah, this is a very aesthetically pleasing move, to make with white. I don't need my pawn. You can take it. I will show you why it's better for me.
Yeah.
Like, I am better off without this pawn. Yeah. I don't know the answer, but I will show you if you take. Like this. I don't know if people notice.
And I will tell you.
I don't know why, but in this imitation you have a very heavy Israeli accent.
Yeah.
So 96. Um,
It's an Israeli speak like this. Like
oh, we
this.
have a viewer here, Motor Manek, who came from the Hatch videos back at the time. Welcome, welcome aboard. It's nice to see that I made a video. So, uh, so the same method that we use in the real life lessons that I refer to as modeling these days. Back in the day on YouTube, I did it with other streamers, and I called it ghosting. It's the same essentially, but because it was online, I refer to it as ghosting because I wasn't actually there. So the person we're talking about is a gamer who has a big following on YouTube, who's a very good guy, and some good friend of mine made a connection between us, and he loves chess, and we did this collaboration where I taught him basic chess principles, just like we do all the time in real life, and he would play blitz against other players and so on, and then like the viewers learned a lot from this, and in fact this is one of the projects that I'm most proud of so far. But
Live together.
like I think thanks to these videos, tens of thousands of people that are not related to chess started to play chess partly because of something I did. So I feel very proud and very
Yeah.
grateful for having the chance. Yeah.
You can do it again.
Hopefully, hopefully. I tried sending the guy an email once or twice, but I'm not sure if I have the right address. So I'll have to look into it later on. So, yeah, 96. But enough about me. Like I'm not the one who matters here. It. We forgot to talk about the most important topic. Like there is Liren, and then there is Nepomniachtchi, and then
Oh, yeah.
there is Ochayon. You watch chess for a while, you like chess, you watch videos, you follow the top players. What do you think? Like, who do you root for?
I think Jan, because he's trying again and again. But
Jan.
when he won the tournament, he was the one supposed to be having the fight. Like Ding just got it because Magnus forfeited. But Ding is a crazy player. He has some amazing games.
In terms of raw potential, in my personal opinion, Ding like is the only guy from these two who has the potential to actually surpass Carlsen in the level. It's like, I mean, probably not. I won't lie. Ding is born on the same year as me, 1992. That's why we got to play each other young. 90. Yeah. And in Magnus' year of birth, you have Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Yanni Pomnishi, and I'm trying to think, maybe Sergei Karyakin, probably, if I'm not wrong. And a few other players who are not in the top 20. And then in the year of 92, you have Caruana, and you have Ding, and I think there was another, the top, I think there was another person. I can't remember right now. But, and then the other players at the top are even much younger than that. It's like being 30 is already old for the top level in chess. In fact, let me pull up.
And Kramnik, which is
I mean,
holding gun with
he's in a
everybody.
league of his own, like both in chess and as a human, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there are a lot of people in the chess world like that are rare, throughout history whom I considered like a bit more cultural and superior, culturally speaking. Like it's hard for me to describe this feeling, but
Anand is the oldest guy in the
you can refer to them as legends,
in
you
the top
know.
10. But it's like less than 32.
So
and
Kramnik
he's
and Anand are not, even if they have the same rating as someone else, they are legends, while the other person is not. Not only because of their chess careers, like
Also, they have the mental capacity of less mental capacity as they get older, but they're so much stronger that they stand in the same rating as the younger guys.
Yeah. So I think Wesley So and Anish Giri were born around the same time, like year-wise, like 93, 94, something like
Says
this.
on the right. 29 and 28, yeah.
Yeah, 93 and 94. And then from the very top, then you have Richard Rapport, born on the year 95.
Still in top 4?
Fruza was 2800 not so long ago.
Yeah,
And he
but
barely
didn't
played.
play. Huh?
He barely played ever since. Oh, I wanted to tell a story about that earlier on, and I forgot. Something quite important. Also, Vidit is born in 94. It's interesting, like, you have players born on 1990, like 3, then you have like 2 on 1992, and then you have 3 on 1994. It's like, very interesting to see.
Then you have a 16-year-old, 18-year-old, 19-year-old.
Yeah.
But nobody who is 20 to 27.
Yeah, the 16-year-old is the most impressive, of course, as of now. Most of the Indian youngsters.
Who do you think is gonna be?
It's hard to talk about the future, but let's do something easier. Let me tell you something about the past. So H5 was played. Whoa. You remember my... Oh, first, sorry, 96 was played. So 96, F4 by white. I can't say that I understand what white wants, but what's the point of F4? F5? Yeah, probably F5 and take the pawn. For reals. And then H5. So while white is thinking about F5 and other options, I wanted to suggest something about the FIDE rules that not many people know. So there are 8 players in the candidates. I won't talk about all the rules of how they are constructed, but there is a specific rule which is slightly controversial, which is called qualification by rating. So the top 2, I think, in the rating list. Candidates? In the candidates, there are like usually 1 or 2 spots. I'm not sure. I need to refresh my memory on Wikipedia, but yeah. 1 or 2.
One is the winner of the tour, one of the winner of some tournament.
I think there are 2 slots for rating qualification. And this is a very tricky thing to maintain because like the rating is averaged throughout a year or 2, and there is a rule that states that in the period, I'm not sure when, like 6 months or something before the tournament,
you have some amount of games.
Yes,
it's logical.
Why? Because you can't.
You had a long high rating and you just left chess for a while, and you come back, you might not be the strongest chess player.
And you might not be worthy of playing the candidates. Like, for example, Caruana once had a 2837 rating. And it's counterproductive for the chess world, for him, like for FIDE, not to have Caruana playing everywhere. Yeah. So if they let Caruana just not play, he would just prepare for the candidates, which also has a lot of prize money. Then he comes to the candidates. For example, he can do streaming in the meantime. And then he comes to the candidates, plays well, loses 10 rating points, waits for 2 years, and so on. Just sits on his rating. So this is the idea. And Liren has been sitting on 2800 without being very active. And we can't blame him. It's really hard to find tournaments in this level, especially when you're in China. So
Any other Chinese player who's that strong, someone?
there are two that are relatively close to the league. Yu Yangi and Wei were young, and Wang Hao, who was relatively older, like 33, right, is still
100 points less
still
than
kicking. But I think Wang Hao is, according to what I heard, I might be completely wrong, has been coaching while the young ones are mainly competing at this point. So you can anticipate that they are more likely to increase in rating. But where was I? So Ding Liren set on his rating, not intentionally. And then there was another guy, I think it was Caruana, who played and lost rating. Or maybe someone
who passively got the first place.
Someone withdrew from the candidates. Maybe Kramnik? I don't remember. Like
I see Kramnik winning the tournament after.
Yeah, but he can do it.
Being
but
the
so
world
so
champion
I watched
25
him. He
years
played
ago.
now in the Blitz tournament, and he killed a lot of players pretty easily who are in the same rating as he is.
I used to really love his games.
Yeah. He also changed his game a lot of times, like in style, and he's a master of all crafts. Like, yeah. But what did I want to say? Like, Ding wasn't expecting to play the candidates, but then someone withdrew. I forgot whom, and then Ding like had a 1 month notice, and they told him that he is the next in line to qualify for the candidates, but he doesn't have enough games.
And he did a lot of games in China.
Exactly, you heard about it?
Yeah.
So in the course of 3 weeks, he played something like 30 games in China. And while I'm not implying anything about him or China and the Chinese players he played with, but I didn't know about the situation that Ding had, and I just watched games online on the app, and I saw Ding playing a lot of games and winning a lot of games, and I was shocked by the results. Like, it was really weird how Ding keeps winning and winning and winning. And
how much rating points did he get at the time?
I don't know, but I don't think that if he lost rating, it would affect his qualification. So basically,
if you take an opportunity to have a Chinese world champion, you wouldn't.
So the thing about this topic is that you can't become a grandmaster or an international master without playing against players who are foreigners. So if let's say I live in Israel and I'm playing in Israel, I have to have at least 4 different federations in the same tournament.
Then you can create tons of grandmasters in your country.
Yes, but there are also other rationales behind it. So the point.
What the other rationales?
So not that you can create a lot of them, but that grandmaster or international master, as it sounds, is an international title, and you can't get it by staying in the same country forever.
Yeah.
So it's not only that they want to have a limited amount, they also want people to leave their country. So they incentivize you. So for example, if what?
That's what happened, and Queen D8 is a black move.
It wasn't played.
Look at the board.
It's 4. No, but first C4, right? No, black played C4. It's here. White played so white played C3.
The structure on this side changed.
Black played C4 and now H4. And Queen D8.
What's the difference?
You don't lose a pawn.
Simple.
Yeah. So earlier the pawn was here, so after takes, white just snatches the pawn. So Ding played a lot of games, and he wouldn't have done it in time if he had to play against foreigners, most likely.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it's an interesting situation, like an interesting topic, and I'm sure FIDE will resolve it, like for the next editions of the candidates. But for now,
Resolve it after he would be the world champion.
so it's funny. He managed to barely make it into the candidates, and then he also snitched. No, what's the word? Like snuck in the world championship match.
Yeah.
It would be very funny if there was a joke like this about Karyakin back at the time. That Karyakin was very good at defending, and
against the 2000.
yeah, in China it's very.
Why is it possible?
The 2000 player could be worth 2600, but he just doesn't play.
Okay.
For some reason, just studies all day. It's like in China and India.
1800. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how a game for between
you know
Liren
that
and 1800 looks like.
Professional players refuse to play, like from Europe, for example, to play in China and India, because these are rating traps. You play against 1900s who are worth 2400. Yes. If you draw, you lose 5. If you win 0.1. 10.
10 is the most you can lose.
So professional players lose 10 the most, but below 2300 you can lose 40. So it's 4 times faster, the rating adjustments. They call it the K factor, the difference between a win and a loss. So are we looking at the game by Ding against an 1800?
Yeah.
Interesting. I wish the viewers could see it.
You can show it.
It's not so easy. It will mess up things a little bit.
Okay.
So, yeah. So.
You want to show the study for
now? Sure. Oh, so I'm not sure who was the one who's hurt by this situation. I think was Fabi in the candidates? I think he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
No, I was.
You don't. Maybe I'm wrong.
Let's
there was 2 moves more. King 7.
Bishop 7.
Bishop
E8.
And
Queen D7.
Yeah. Queen D7 and knight G5.
Knight F5. Queen D7.
They're gonna get their time control soon.
So let's check the candidates. So who played? There was a guy that withdrew. Karyakin was disqualified because of yeah. Not because he's Russian, but because he made some remarks that were political on a very sensitive topic that were inappropriate.
Bullshit.
And that's what they decided. And then there was a FIDE committee, what do you call it, of ethics, and they decided to ban him from tournaments for 6 months, and he was disqualified from the candidates. Mid-tournament, I think, or something like this. Is it? No, it was before the tournament. Before the tournament started, sorry. And then Ding replaced him.
So stupid. Like Sergey is a crazy player.
Yeah, but Ding replaced Karyakin, and then he was the runner-up, and he replaced Carlsen. And here, listen to the theory.
Karyakin?
Ding didn't qualify for the candidates. Yeah. And then Karyakin was disqualified, and Ding replaced him by playing 30 games in 3 weeks. And then Ding plays Nepomniachtchi, and just a theory. Imagine that they make draws 14 times. Imagine that on the rapid games they make 4 draws. You know what happens next? Yeah, and then they make 2 draws in blitz, and then imagine that they do the coin flip, coin toss, and Ding gets black, and he makes a draw, and he's the world champion. This would be like, it will be funny. I mean, but the positive part of that scenario is that if Ding becomes the champion, he will have more resources, and there will be a chess boom in China, which is good for the game, hopefully. And with the new motivation and resources, maybe Ding can fulfill his potential. I mean, he's achieved most of the things he has achieved by himself, or at least with 1 or 2 more people. It's not like the Soviet Union, ex-Soviet Union or Russian-speaking countries that they kind of have 45 top grandmasters that help each other for the goal of surpassing everyone else. So, the most impressive fact about Fischer is not how strong he was. Yeah, the fact that he didn't have a coach since he was like 7 or something, and he taught himself everything like an AI.
He's like head over everybody. It was
Yes,
crazy. It was come to
yes,
tournament and just
yes. And the Russian players at the time were playing like back then I think it was the USSR, so they played together. Like they had a lot of helpers. There were no computers. Like so, he was practically facing dozens of players, and he would just didn't care. Yeah, and Fischer beat everyone. So Ding, I think, is the most similar to that. Like traditionally speaking, like there was. I'm talking about rumors, but they say that in China for many years they didn't allow chess coaches to enter from the West. So they had to figure out chess and chess concepts and motives and how to train on their own, and they probably have different methods than what we call the old school of chess, which is the Russian based methods. So Chinese players usually don't necessarily have a coach. So they use Stockfish, they use their brain, and they're independent. So if you imagine now Ding having access to the like Russian players nowadays, I heard many years ago that they have these supercomputers that were in like they control also a lot of farms for Bitcoin, so they have all this computing power. So it's like they have their federation has some access to a very massive supercomputer, and the top players get access to it based on different time frames or something. And probably Nepomniachtchi gets extra measures and more helpers and more opening ideas. And Ding is not exposed to this kind of information. Once he does, and once he has the best trainers and some helpers, I would really be happy to see Ding actually reaching the same, heights as Carlsen. And then Carlsen will be like, okay, I'm ready. Bring it on. That's the position. Oh, they finally exchanged queens. Look at them. Okay, so let's see. What else is there? So I want Ding to win, and I also root for him on a personal level. Like I think that even though Jan is incredibly creative and aggressive and fun to watch, and probably a very positive person who's funny and so on, and he would be a good ambassador for chess. Like Ding is just cute, just fun to watch. It's like he will probably never have enemies.
Doesn't even speak English.
I think he speaks English.
Exactly.
I think he speaks English and he just
Not speak much.
he knows when to speak, you know? I mean, who knows? Will not reveal if he speaks English. This was all a plan to become a poker player, you know? Get access to all the special casinos in Vegas one day.
It looks like there's no many ways to make progress.
I wonder if there is going to be a spin-off with Carlsen. Suddenly becomes, you know, an owner of an NBA team or something. So, yeah. But Yanni Nepomniachtchi will also be interesting to see as a champion. Like, we would probably have the most cynical champion we would ever have.
Wow. Just looking at the games and thinking how tiring it is to just grind the position for like 4 hours.
It's a marathon.
Yeah.
Knight b7 was played, now e5. He's still trying. Oh, sorry. e5.
The one you feel like it's time. White. Now he's gonna get the best pawn.
So black has only 1 minute and he has 2 moves to make. So this is time for what we talked about the other day, technique, you know?
Yeah.
If he understands the position, then his hands will make moves that are like doesn't harm.
The moves that you see. King.
I like his choice, King G8. Just coming with the king.
Yeah, because
Doesn't breaking the tension. He doesn't take any dramatic decisions like f takes e5. He keeps the tension. You can do e6 if you want. You can, I mean, give me the bishop for free. You can do ef, give it to for free. Yeah, you can move your bishop. Yes, move the bishop to c7. Then I'll decide if I take. So, king g8. And Jan has 3 minutes. He played king g3 without hesitation. He knows his only chances is if Ding makes a mistake now, so he doesn't want to give him any time to think. So probably king f7. King f7 allows e6. What about c5? Nah. Just take.
Bishop. Bishop d7. That's what was played.
Interesting. He allows e6.
E6, you take the knight.
Bishop d7 is an interesting move. He wants to prepare king f7. And the game will probably liquidate into a draw very, very soon. I want to try something out. Let's make an experiment. Let's see what happens if I change the title of the stream. Where's the title? It's here. I want to check something. If I change the title and add this terminology, I'm trying to understand how it was done many years ago. So if I do this, no, there is a problem. Maybe it's not so smart. I want to try to change the title midstream. So, yeah, it worked. So now you see I changed the title.
Yeah.
So now at some point here, I'm supposed to show with this mic, with the green thing. Maybe.
You need to write something specific.
Yeah, I don't remember if I need to use capital letters or not.
You can go to their broadcast and check it.
I don't think it's written here. Check it afterwards. It's either with capitals or not. Like their server the Licha server automatically checks every 30 seconds all the streamers. You want to see how it's written?
Yeah, but it's all in Twitch.
It doesn't matter. It's the same.
Okay. Give the server checks automatically. You can just write it on any video and.
No. Authorized streamers.
You're an authorized streamer?
I was there years ago. I don't know if they removed me or not. Yeah, but forget it. Let's focus on whatever is left from the game. Bishop d7. Now, let's suppose that you're white and you're trying to play for a win against a player of your level. Only
E6.
just.
I will check E6.
Yeah, that's intentional this time.
You think you take the knight, the bishop, and
Yeah.
no out of ideas. Okay, so how do you protect it? If you take the knight, if you take c6, he takes it, you move and he takes the bishop and
He played bishop c7. That's what I thought he would play. Now he wants to play 6. And now Ding has to decide quickly. Probably fe5 is the safest. But, no, king f7 just keeps everything together. And then he has like 40 minutes or something. By the way, after move 40, they are allowed to agree to a draw. They so please. So.
Like every way you try to turn this, it's gonna be a draw.
You feel they got an extra hour.
Yeah.
It's not an hour. Where's the bishop c7? I imagined it. Yeah, it was my imagination. Oh, it didn't update. The official game board. So bishop d7. Why to play? Bishop d7. And he's going to sit there for a while. There's some time to burn. So I don't care how Ding will become the world champion. If he makes it, then it's probably worth it. If he beats Nepomniachtchi in a match, it probably means something. But it's funny, like out of the top 10 players, probably half can beat Nepomniachtchi in a match. It's like a coin toss. That's probably part of the criticism about the format. Like,
it's like a contest, okay? Because it's not
what? If you let Nepomniachtchi play 10 matches in a row, without being tired, of course, against the top 10 players, you'll probably win 5 and lose 5.
Okay.
I don't think he is much superior to the rest. You see?
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit nowadays with his current um, shape, but like he will probably lose to some of them, right? If he will play a match against Anand, he's not guaranteed to win. He plays a match against Caruana, Ding, Firoja. He's not guaranteed to win. Of course. So the interesting thing is that Carlsen is the only player nowadays who's on a different level beyond reasonable doubt, let's say.
Yeah.
And like if Ding wins this match, it's probably by like just being in the right place in the right time. And you know that
It's a world champion, which is not the best. That's the problem with this world championship.
yeah. Let's see. Still thinking. So okay, I have to check something. The account with which I logged into Lichess may not be the right one. Otherwise it would work.
Maybe you need to add this to somewhere in your.
I have another account on
It.
on Lichess. I can't do it right now because of the stream. Just messes up the whole thing.
So you can just move it from the with OBD. Both.
No, we can do it on another browser, but not on this one. So bishop c7. So we can do like this. Let's see. So what happens? Ah, nice. This is what you pressed. Include the keyword. Okay.
Oh, it's the category is chess.
What do you mean?
Use the category chess when you stream on Lichess. But in the chess video, the category is chess.
Are you looking
on YouTube?
Use the category of chess. Where does it say so? I don't see.
Put the check if the YouTube.
But where is it? When you stream on Lichess. Okay. Interesting. Oh, hey, it works.
Hello.
Nice.
How many people would come
You see, it uses the word. Interesting. It uses my YouTube name. I have to fix this. Like, I have a YouTube account name and a YouTube channel name, and it's different for some reason. Interesting. So it works. I wanted to do it before the stream, but I wasn't sure if it was going to. No, but if I did it from the start and I started streaming before 12, you would have like hundreds by now, which is good. Because then, then if we had hundreds, we would have been wasting their time. I'm glad that we only wasted like the time of 8 people. So far. Okay, now we can be serious. Okay, this is a very interesting position.
Analyze it.
Yeah, bishop c7, like
Bishop a8.
yeah, pawn majority, a lot of complexion.
The king and the king.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, there's one thing that I keep thinking of, like all the time when I remember historical players. It's like, look, when I press a piece, I can see the engine evaluations like that.
Yeah.
It's much more sophisticated than even seeing the moves. When I make arrows like this, I can like change positions and save databases with millions of games, access databases, access the cloud, watch live, see Carlsen playing with his explanations, and still I suck at chess. But Fischer had nothing, and I'm not even speaking about Fischer. Like even players you'd never heard of, who were higher rated than like me and other professionals who devoted a lot of time to chess these days, and they had nothing. They were just like coming to the game, and they were all very serious, wearing their suits, concentrating, probably had their PhD in electronics or something, and like they were all going to the opera in their free time, and like chess was respectable, and like you didn't have chess geeks. You had like only
You have chess bums now.
yeah. Nowadays, like you have chess trolls everywhere.
Yeah.
Basically, who enjoy to flag you in bullet. Yes. They enjoy getting points when they don't actually play well. And back at the time, like every chess was a figure, every person who played. And I got everyone.
You look like a genius because you did something and everybody thought, oh wow, what the fuck is going on? Now it's like,
now who the fuck are you? You look at Magnus Carlsen.
Two amateurs look at the game and they're like, yeah, the Stockfish says it's bullshit.
Yes. It's like the game lost its prestige the moment that the engine showed that all those brilliant people are actually
I saw Gary Kasparov talks about his preparation. He was like, I thought about it a lot, and then the computer told me most of it was shit.
Yes.
It's funny because he would sit down and find a line that nobody would ever think about and study it with his brain, which was the best chess engine in the world for the time.
Yeah.
And then I can sit with my phone today and kick Kasparov S and Carlsen and Caruana and in a simultaneous, just with an app.
But
you got another move. Is this?
If you want to watch the game, this one.
Sure.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So what do we have?
He took the pawn.
They took our pawns. Bishop c7. Knight c5. He just gave it up.
Knight c5?
Yes. Now knight d3 is coming. That's my guess. Or fe5. Followed by knight d3. Yeah. And now knight d3. He will take his friend's pawn. Bishop e8, yeah. Yeah. And this pawn on d2 is falling over here.
Yeah.
Or you move forward.
Take back.
Actually, when I think about it, maybe something else is called for. Like knight b3, just offering a draw.
Again? For the 100th time.
No, but this is much easier, right? I mean, maybe better to take, not to allow e6, and then this. And now we can agree to a draw. This is already dead. e6? Bishop c8. I don't care. What do you think?
King,
Knight b3 or not?
King f7. Instead from the side of my head.
Nice. He just doesn't care about the pawn. You can take my pawn. Same. Not much has changed.
The valuation went from completely 0 to 0.1.
50,
Making progress.
53.
After a few seconds of thinking, it's 0 again. Need somebody on tilt, then the games would be much more interesting.
Hi, they are on. So, let's see. What do we have? Seven. So we were talking about an actually interesting topic, like the engines and progress, and how all the technology in the world doesn't help us become less stupid. And if anything,
I think it makes us less smart because we don't need to evaluate things too much. If I look at the position too long, I'm like, okay, just start the engine instead of grinding on it.
it's really difficult to
Make progress. Let's go for the study. Some people have been in the sim and looked at it for a while. Maybe the chat can tell us if they're into it.
want to solve the study right now. But if anyone would ask, then we would go over it. I guarantee. Sure. This was the study. Why to play and win.
What about rook a1, a7? We just looked at it and we went to it, and for some reason it looks like
b7 check. Looks like a good start.
no a7.
No, look, rook b7.
Okay. The king have to move to a7.
And then rook a7.
Check. And then the knight takes.
Rook e8.
The king have to move to a7.
No, the knight is on a7.
Ah. So
You have to play knight c8.
check, check.
Right?
Yeah, you take the knight.
You take the knight, you go king a7. Okay?
You go with the bishop to c5.
Yeah, you have to take with the rook. Probably. Okay?
You take with the rook.
You have to take with the rook, I think.
Yeah.
Then I
You
go
can
rook
promote the
a8.
queen.
Rook a8.
Sacrifice the rook and
King
then
a8.
promote the queen.
Promote the queen. King a7. Queen c5 check is
But
winning.
the queen can come back and defend.
Queen b8. Yeah, but then... So, let's start over. Rook b7 check. King a8. Rook a7. Knight a7. Rook e8. Knight c8. Rook takes c8. King a7. Bishop c5 check. Okay.
Rook takes c5, you said?
Yes. Now rook a8 check. Okay, and now king b6. That's the problem. Right?
B8, what does it do?
I take on c6?
Take the pawn and...
Yeah. Rook. I don't know. It's probably something else.
Probably some weird quiet move.
No, rook b7 must be the start. And I like the idea of rook a7 check. You have to take with the knight. Rook e8, knight c8. Rook c8, king a7, bishop c5, rook c5, rook a8, king b6, we have a move. We'll solve it later.
Bishop b4.
Oop, sorry. Bishop b4. Knight d3 or knight a4. Knight d3 looks better because
Yeah, attacks.
b5 is also fun. That's gonna be a pretty decent draw. Do you want to try the study? We can also put it
on the analysis board so it will be easier to see.
Yeah. Let's try to solve it. Okay. So I will first organize the position. Let's make a different task. Try to reconstruct the study.
Okay. There's a rook on e7, a bishop in here. The white king goes in a2. There's a black knight on c8.
This one.
There's a rook, a black rook on
Five.
I think that's it.
Okay. Let's see if the people can see it. Oh. Did I arrange it correctly? Yes. Okay. Oh, and we have the colors. Okay, let's do this. I'll do the study. Create new study. So this is the study. Let's put it like this for now. For everyone to see. We'll put it on top of the analysis board for now. Okay. So this is.
Now we can use the other board and move the pieces, like the line we thought about.
Yeah. This is why to play and win. And they say the audio is super low. Yeah, I need to bring my microphone from the second round. I didn't have enough time to find it. Ready? The microphone settings. Manage sound.
Now can you hear us better?
Okay.
First start test, let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Hey, how do you know?
I don't know.
I'm listening in my phone.
It doesn't save it.
Now can you hear us better? First start test, let's see how it goes. Yeah. Hey, how do you know?
Does it work?
Yeah, listening in my phone.
But I just pressed test. I didn't change it forever.
I can do it.
We just pressed. I see. So it's changed.
Yeah.
All right. So we want to solve this study. So first move. For that sake, let's disable the arrows that helped us so far. Okay, rook b7, king a8.
Rook 7.
Rook
Only
A7.
move, don't lose immediately.
Rook E8.
Only move again.
Knight C8. Rook C8. King A7. Bishop C5. Rook C5. Rook A8. King B6. I don't see a convincing win in here. I mean, this is the obvious move to play.
Then if it comes with check.
Where?
F2, G2, H2.
I go A3.
C2.
Maybe this is the win. Maybe he has to take. I don't know. F8.
I was under the impression that you know.
Yeah, Queen
that you
B8.
know how to finish this study.
Queen C5, D2. It's still going.
You can go to if you go to A5, you can defend the pawn.
C7.
Ooh.
Queen A7. No.
If you take and you push.
Like D2, C7. This is the only move. Here. And I take on D2. Something is wrong. D2. We need to find something else for black. Black should play better along the way, somehow. Maybe King A6? No. I don't see a way. I don't see. You want to try something else for white or black?
Hmm?
Do you want to try something else for white or for black? Okay, this looks like the first try, right?
Yeah.
Fourth. This is forced. Okay, now you have to go knight c8. Now I take. You have to go king a7. I go here. You probably have to take, otherwise I go f8. I go here. You have to take, right? Or king b6 f8.
Why do you have to sacrifice the bishop?
What do you want to do?
Maybe just no. But why do you have to sacrifice the rook? Why not just push the pawn?
Because here, if
So
he
then
gives,
goes for the king, get check.
yeah, you have to
Just
go.
move up. Or even move to B. If you can move to B.
It looks bad.
Yeah, but maybe it's not.
It's probably bad.
One move.
What do you mean? It's not so promising.
Yeah. But if you can stop checkmate, you have two extra pawns.
Yeah, but it's not a solution to a study. It's probably just not the right move to play f8. No, rook a8 looks good. If he takes, you give a check and you take with a check. Now we are missing a defensive resource for black. That's the problem. That's what I wanted to mention. I found it. C1 knight. See? I don't know how to do it here.
C1 knight.
Yeah, I can press this.
Check. You move next to
Wait, don't look.
because the queen can take on b3.
Ah, yeah, this. So, it doesn't want to even take with a knight. It claims that c1 knight, just imagine it's a knight because I don't know how to do it here, okay?
Okay.
Now if this, then I take and
You draw?
maybe. Probably, yes.
If you take and he takes c7, you can take the queen. It's a draw, it's stalemate, okay.
Yeah, that's the point. Let's imagine this is a knight, okay?
Yeah.
I wish I had the way to change it. Maybe I can promote with some right button.
Queen and a pawn versus a queen is, you don't know like if it's a draw or not?
I don't know. I don't have a
The king
button.
position is about make the difference.
Wait. I'll try to do the knight. Okay. So here white is still winning, but the question is how? And probably it is part of the study.
Maybe king to a3. No, it's mate. King to
a1, knight d3. Here is knight d3.
you lose.
So king b1 is the only
that's
move.
good.
This is the only move. No, it's a draw. This is the only winning move probably.
If you go to b2 and he takes the queen, you take his queen as he has a knight
And it's a
against the
draw.
pawn. Yeah.
King b1. Queen b3. Yeah. No check.
Now he can stop c8 queen.
Yes. There's no check. So, any other defensive method here for black? So, king b1. Now, it's black to play. It's this much, yeah. So, queen takes b3. And there is no move for black.
Queen a3 check. Somebody says on the.
Take with a check.
I think it's for white. Yeah.
You mean here?
It's out Fredland.
And then
Yeah, then it's lost.
for whom?
No, it's not lost. Yes, because if he takes the queen, you take.
No, c7 makes sense. This c1 knight. And king b1 is the only move. Queen b3, king c1. But we are missing something very big.
How is white
This
black
doesn't look
stopping
like
the second queen?
It doesn't look like the main line of the
Of the study?
Yeah, this is forced. This is forced. This is forced. Yes, this is forced. This looks forced. Now king a6, f8 I said was probably lost. King b6, f8. This makes sense. No, not d2 maybe. But what else? Queen h2? Don't have any other options. I don't know. There's just nothing for black. I don't see any option. It's exactly the line we said. It's just absolutely lost for black. I'm sure we missed the main defense for black.
Okay. Now you sacrifice the queen.
I don't see anything else. Let's have a quick look at the game again. Get back to the actual game.
First one.
Let's just do this. So after bishop d4, they played knight d3, e6 check. Bishop takes e6, knight takes e6, bishop d7, knight d4, knight b2. I'm surprised they're still playing. Back to the study.
I wonder how many times this position has been on the board.
What do you mean this?
The position they have right now. There's a way of checking this? Because it's part of an endgame.
I don't know how. I mean, there are tools, but I don't know how to use them. But most likely 0. Or
Yeah?
specific pawns in specific places. You know, every piece matters. Maybe some position in the game correlates with another position, but not a specific one. Okay, so you want to find improvement for black?
If we go with king's b6.
F8, queen.
It's also losing for black.
Yeah. So king a8 makes sense. Queen b8 also makes sense. And now I didn't see anything. Look, there was nothing. I'm sure we are not close to what the author has meant. Something is wrong. Suddenly we check and the starting position is wrong. What? What's wrong? Let's see the starting position of the study. What did we take? Same position, right? Exactly the same. It looks the same.
Changes on the same place, yeah.
Okay, so what do we have? As you can see, let's put the engine in a way that everyone can see. I'll put it here. So let's see if there is any lines that we missed in the solution for the study. Rook b7 check. King
I think you
a8.
should make the board bigger.
No, but like this?
Yeah.
Okay, sure, that's smart. You can see. Wait, but give me a second.
Cool.
You can see the board. Can you see?
Yeah.
At all. Something is wrong with the.
Pull this one to the side.
Wait. Let's see if it works again. I changed something. Oh, it was like this. Okay, never mind. Just
read the analysis while we
I'll
do
just
it.
read it. Yeah. So knight takes a7, rook e8, knight c8, rook c8. King is. I mean, I feel like there is a pretty point and we are missing it. Suddenly queen g2. Suddenly. Yeah,
maybe something there.
Queen g2 was suddenly challenging.
Okay. King c6. Takes the pawn and it protects the king. It's already made for white.
It's not the right way.
I guess if you let the computer think enough, it would just say mate from the start because it was all forcing line.
We need to find out what the author has meant. Queen f8, queen b8. Probably d2. Otherwise, there's no point. c7. Probably c7 is the key move and dc1 knight, and just you have to see king b1 from afar. Maybe king b1 is the key, because all the other moves he has. King, because like with the stalemate. Queen b1, but king b1 is easy. I mean, it's like it's the only square that works, but it's
loses immediately.
What?
The only square that doesn't loses immediately.
Draw.
Yeah, loses an opportunity of
Yeah.
any kind if you know it's winning.
Now queen c8. Maybe this is the point. Okay, this one. This is probably the point. Let me see. Because he wants king b7 now in a draw. If you take with the king, b7, queen takes c7 again. Okay, so queen c6 to prevent the stalemate. King takes. Wait. But now it just looks wrong. I go c8 queen.
Wait, but let the analysis go.
What? Let's take queen h3. Okay, I see now. I see now why it's so difficult. Because the queen is a stalemate, so you have to do a knight. King b8.
Why is the queen is a stalemate? Because it sacrificed the queen on the.
But it's funny. Every beautiful part of the study is easy. So probably, I think the reason this study won is because of the topic of under promotion. It's like not many studies have double under promotions from both sides. But queen h3.
That's again with one of our friends.
I mean, no matter where you go, you have to do a knight.
And I just promoted 4 knights.
Wait, let me try to take my pawn. Knight b6, queen b3. Maybe it's not. And this is the end. Yeah. Now this it's forced, and this.
Yeah, now it's good.
Okay, now we understand in retrospect. Now that we have checked all the best ways for black to resist that we didn't find, why this is so beautiful, because there's like 17 forcing moves in a row, even though none of them is particularly hard in its own. To see it all in advance and to find the defenses for black is
think if we let the computer run on it,
We'll just show the mate.
yeah, because it's not that far away and it's forced.
It will start. I don't have all these CPUs for the stream,
Okay.
so it's better.
Okay.
Yeah. You can just leave it if you want. Yeah. So let's get back to.
Maybe it's already been analyzed and you can find the.
Probably. Yeah. So it's interesting how beauty has so many different definitions. I was expecting to see a difficult move that's also very unexpected.
Yeah.
But also
quiet
beautiful.
Move somewhere that you do.
Yeah,
that
quiet
breaks
move.
everything.
And no, just another promotion. Just putting a pawn.
Check.
Just a pawn in becoming a knight twice. This is the definition of beauty. Not a beautiful move that you didn't see. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Are we back? No, the analysis board. No? Yeah? And now.
I wanted to go back to the game because
this is the game.
Was a move.
This is the game. So, okay, let's let the study go. For now.
Wow. It's going to be 2 or 3 hours. It's coming close to 5 hours.
Yeah, they got 1 hour. I didn't know they get so much increment. I'm screwed because every day at 4:30 people are gonna come here. I mean, after the holiday next week. So, okay, so this is our analysis board. This was the last time we checked knight b2, king f3. Let me ask you about your perspective. Like, what's your rating on one of the chess websites?
On Luchess is like 1800.
Okay, so
2000 in Rapid, 1800 Blitz.
Okay, so for an 1800 player in Blitz, let's say you have, or in Rapid in 2000, you have this position. What are the chances of either side winning?
On Rapid or Blitz?
Rapid.
I think there's winning chances because you probably would be low on time in this kind of game. I usually play 10 minutes without increments, so we're both gonna be like 2 minutes on the clock and.
Yeah, it all boils down to the time factor. That's how it works.
Yeah, if it's 15 plus 10 or something like that, we can play it forever and nobody would make progress, I think.
Yeah.
We just sacrifice the knight for the bishop, just exchange it, and the bishop can go from g4 to the back, but all the pawns are on black squares. Maybe white would have any chances because the bishop is like a ghost. The black bishop. After you do g3, the bishop is useless. You might just blockade the king, but the king can find a way in. Maybe white would win, like 60% of the time.
93. So how many percent?
60%. If black would exchange the... You don't want to do it. So...
60% of the time it will be a draw? Or...
No.
Or...
60% of the time... I was thinking if black would exchange this bishop for knight, but he wouldn't do it. Because this bishop is shit. Because it's all on black squares.
But the point is that because it's opposite colored bishops, it's an easy draw. For example...
This is draw if you know it.
No, technically you don't have to know much about this. It's like even if you win this pawn, it's supposed to be an easy draw.
Yeah.
But the king is kind of stuck for now. So he does have to find a plan, but he will find it. So, king... g3 was played.
And now this bishop is even worse. How can you make progress in this kind of position?
So let's see. Um, yeah, sorry for not interacting with the chat. We have some delay when we look at the study, so we didn't see all the comments. But I hope the explanations were understandable. Um, so G3. Okay, so let's actually, the moment the game liquidated into some sort of a draw, I suddenly lost concentration entirely. And that's something that happens to many players all the time.
That's how Magnus convert equal positions.
Yes, like the common phrase is that a player thinks the position is easy and boring and he relaxes. And once you relax, that's when they attack you.
Yeah.
So here, let's try to understand. White wants to probably bring his king over. And Ding wants to prevent that. He went knight c1, just as we speak. So what's the point? If king e4, a good guess would be that black wants to play knight b3. And then, once you move the knight, because you obviously don't want to exchange,
Yeah.
then I can put my king on e6. And I don't let you penetrate. And at the same time, threatening bishop c6. And if you play f5, you create yourself a weakness. So this seems like a very technically simple way to defend the position. He wants to play knight b3. Once this knight moves, no matter how, bishop c6, white can never penetrate.
And then they would agree to it all.
Yes. So
I want to see their faces now.
I think we broke a record. I think we have something like 13 viewers in our peak moment. It's nice. It reminds me of the days when I started, because even on the second week after I started streaming, because I was the only guy streaming on Lichess with this green microphone icon, I had like 80 people in my first stream, and I was shocked. I remember walking with pride like for 2 weeks and telling everyone I know, I have 80 people watching me when I do things. When I do my craft, I do my own business online, and I have 80 people, human beings, 3 classrooms filled with people watching every move of mine. And it's chess, so it's meaningful. So, and then it only increased, because 80 was the beginning. Yeah. This was the golden age of Lichess. Not many people knew about it, and there weren't many streamers.
I should start streaming also.
Everyone should consider it, because like the idea of being watched while you do something that is supposed to be effortful. I don't know how to say it. So take efforts from you, then you behave differently than when you think you're alone. It's like even though we know that we are being watched and it's recorded and it will be online, we still lose concentration, even though it's probably better not to. So it's like there is a secret hiding there about, like, if the human mind was able to pretend something is interesting and just be fully concentrated, then it would be a very powerful ability to possess. And I think it's something that those people at the top know how to do. They just don't get frustrated in a way. They just look at the position, and it's like they meditate. They just breathe and focus, and they don't tell themselves stories about how boring or how the result matters. Everything we ordinary people do. They finished. King e3 and a draw was agreed. Yes. So, for those of you who still haven't seen the solution of the study, I will let you have a look before we log off. But for everyone who watched, especially those who stuck at the start, thank you very much. It's been very meaningful, and it's a very meaningful start for a second episode, a second era of my journey as a YouTuber. And hopefully this time around I will stick to be more consecutive with my streams and different kinds of content that I hope to create. And thank you all for coming. And I hope to see you in the next streams and to keep interacting with each and every one personally, since we will only be the 10 of us. Yes. So, see you guys. Peace.